pointless, though, since he really only had to think about the path that he was moving, not the rest of his actions.
Yeah.
Except for that first round.
I don't know. He was interacting with them a lot.
I had plans.
Stringing Sparky along was a good play.
I had plans.
No.
I had plans that I was going to do, and you're just like, oh, it's over. And I was like, okay, I'm done.
He didn't even activate his powers.
I was running him on my super speed.
Oh.
Yeah, he really couldn't have done anything else because the way I set up the race, it wasn't normal movement. You couldn't sprint. It was just your movement modifier and a d20.
Mm-hmm. And because I activated my super speed, my movement modifier was higher.
Yeah, so he was doing that.
But no, I had other ideas. I had other ways of distracting Sparky, making the guy who I saved. I was gonna make him give me second place if it got to that point.
I figured that's what you were going for if he caught up to you, but you were so far ahead of him.
Yeah. Sparky would have caught up to me, but like I said, I had plans for him as well.
Well, we can continue this conversation after you bring us in.
After I what?
Ready when you are.
Oh, okay. All right. Welcome to Powerless, a D&D game about superheroes. With us tonight is Kipnergisblurgen, playing Sledgehammer Disco. Bork, playing as Sparkstorm.
Oh.
Manbear, playing as Frequency.
Woo!
And me, Donnie Danger, as the DM. And last time on Powerless, our heroes woke up to their second event of ArenaCon. But before rushing into the racing event, our heroes had some time on their hands. Sparkstorm turned in the quest to the refugees and was rewarded with 2 dualium enchanting recipes and some faulty micro batteries. The batteries could power up any energy-based object, but could not be deactivated once used and would deplete within an hour after activation. Sparkstorm visited the black market vendor afterwards and explored the wares. He learned that his stock, the vendor's stock changes from day to day, but currently he has a full assortment of energy weapons and even miniature proximity mines that could be used to cheat during the racing event. Sparkstorm bought some mines and then visited the food vendor where he bought an energy drink. He let Frequency drink it for a +1 to movement and saving throws. Frequency, before the event started, saw that Lieutenant Liberty was handling Sparky. The dog was the force representative for the event, but Sparkstorm was Frequency is more interested in something he remembered from his world. He remembered a trigger phrase that General Justice used to turn Lieutenant Liberty into a killing machine. Hoping to use the kill phrase with the intent of having Lieutenant Liberty kill a competitor, Frequency shouted, "Kill, my angel," but succeeded only in drawing some awkward stares. Perhaps the kill word was different in this world, or simply wasn't a thing. Whatever the case, Frequency carried on with the event. His opponents in this race was a Ravager ninja, Sparky, the Dog of Thunder, and finally Zanacht, the moderator swordsman he had helped in the subway tunnels. Before the race could begin, though, Anubis interrupted the event to say that a normal race would be too boring, and with the wave of his hand, mines and walls appeared on the race course. And he said that competitors were also free to attack each other if they so desire. Using this change of rules to his advantage, Frequency impaled the Ravager with a throwing knife at the start of the race and coaxed Sparky into focusing on the knife like a chew toy. His plan succeeded, and Sparky spent most of the race chasing down the Ravager. It was a good thing, too, because it was apparent that Sparky was much faster than any of the other competitors, and if he focused on the competition, it would be difficult to best him. That just left Frequency and Zanacht. It was a close race until near the end. Zanacht wanted to, or intended to, throw the race to repay Frequency, but it wasn't close enough for him to actually do that. Frequency won by a comfortable margin, with the Moderators getting second, Force third, and Ravagers last. Same score as last event. After that, our heroes voted to compete in Cyberball, a full group event. Since Gunshow's hands are still not recovered, and the party intends to sign him up for the shooting event only when he's ready. Now our heroes still have the rest of the afternoon available to them. Will they wait for the next event or fill their hours with other activities? And so we continue the adventure of Powerless.
So we can't actually start because I'm still wolfing my face down with the tacos. Have I ever shown you guys what the tacos look like before?
No.
Did I get from this place? Put the spoon there. How about them?
It looks good. I'm a bit spoiled because Jake and Ryan have been cooking me chimichangas for the past 2 weeks.
Nice.
Steak, cucumber, radishes. Or it's I got the carne asada, so steak, and then the toppings I use are onions, cucumbers, and radishes with cilantro. But yeah. Well, I gotta finish these before we can actually start the session.
That's fine. Are you in a rush to do something before the other players?
No, I just figured that we'd start and we could have continued our conversation before we actually get down to business.
Oh, that's fair. Yeah.
Down. Challenge you on that miniature mine thing that you said. They weren't mini.
They weren't?
No, if they're mini, I would have given them to Gnome Face or its Frequency.
My memory might be wrong. I thought they were micro-knives. I thought they were enchanted. They had 0 weight until activated.
What knives?
No, the mines. No, these were not enchanted. I had to enchant them, and I bought 3 of them.
Oh. Okay.
I was hoping to find the enchanted one or the mini ones that I could give him and be like, yeah, if you need, just, pop one of these down. But
you don't even have the recipe for that enchantment yet either. Your recipes are just...
Well, I bought it from the person. I bought the recipe and a couple of the mines.
Oh, you did? I forgot about that.
I also wanted to buy like 3 for $10 or something, and he's like, no, these are $100 a pop. Like, screw that.
All right. Yeah, I forgot you got that recipe. Could be a nifty one. You guys could just carry all sorts of gear around, and it wouldn't weigh anything until you're ready to use it.
So wait, remember, what was your plan
Yeah.
for the second round, or you're not going to say?
With Sparky?
Yeah.
Essentially, I was going to keep throwing shit, make him play fetch, have him bring him back to me. If he's bringing things back to me, he's not ahead of me.
So, just constantly keep him distracted?
Yep. He's a dog. I was going to treat him like a dog. Give him pets, throw him things.
Yeah, if it came to that, it'd probably be like a series of like roll checks, like you trying to like distract him while Lieutenant Liberty's trying to keep him on track. It's just you guys rolling against each other to make Sparky either complete the race or do whatever you want him to do.
I can just see
That.
Mines are blowing up all around them. Sparky comes running back with a little dagger, hands it to you. You just give him pets, and his tail's wagging. You're like, all right, go get it.
The one round he comes back with a mine in his mouth about to explode.
Yeah, that probably happened to me.
The dice don't always like you.
Oh man, I feel bad for Sparky too.
Oh, I'm sure Spark would be fine. There's
Sure
like
it
a law of comic relief that would protect that dog.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it wouldn't be comfortable. It'd be like a dog eating some jalapenos.
Yeah.
That's the thing, right? Dogs taste spice.
Yeah.
I don't know.
All mammals have TRPV1 receptors.
You what hurts?
Not that mines are spicy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
What kind of receptors?
TRPV1, TRPV1. It's a nerve responsible for detecting heat that is confused by capsaicin.
Oh. Okay, yeah. I have those. I just choose to ignore those.
Yeah, capsaicin was the only cool word I understood.
Basically, it's what's on your tongue and mouth to be like, hey, this is hot, don't eat this.
Oh, it's also in your eyes, skin, other mucous membranes.
Well, you've experienced it more with your tongue, hopefully.
True.
Yeah, I've gotten
Unless you've been
spice.
cutting peppers and forgot to wash your hands before going to the bathroom.
I've done that.
Yeah, I rubbed my eyes after eating spicy food and jalapenos and stuff.
When we were at the factory, I one of the Mexicans brought in the arbol peppers, the little tree ones, and I just broke that apart and like threw that in my burrito. So I didn't even have like it wasn't really like juicy or anything. I just had a little bit of residue. I went to the bathroom and then I went out to smoke a cigarette, and I'm like, it's not that hot. Why am I really warm down there? And I'm like, oh, whoops, whoopsies.
Those peppers are feisty.
Man, yeah. I think most of them prefer Cholula, which isn't that bad. One of them we had
This, sorry, this is those peppers like sautéed and roasted and sautéed in oil.
we had a potluck recently, and one of them brought this container of, it actually said brain melting spicy. Even had this little plastic gimmick top with a brain cap. It looked like a brain on the top of the spice bottle because it's supposed to melt your brain. So spicy. I could barely eat anything that had that. Like I dipped like a couple drops in some of the food items.
Not same. Hence, my face is turning redder while I'm eating. I was watching someone and they're talking about like spice, and or talking about like plants in general, and just whether or not you believe in evolution, but they like evolved to like create the spice to be like to ward off predators and stuff like that, or stuff that eat them. And then a human came along and was like, oh, that made my face feel funny, and then continued to eat it. And now we breed them to be hotter and hotter and hotter.
I believe
the
that.
guy who created the ghost pepper was actually creating it for medicinal reasons.
Mm-hmm.
I actually watched a show on it. He was creating it for medical reasons. Like, I don't remember which big disease. I'm just going to say cancer because that's the only one that makes sense to me. But he was breeding the peppers for their ability to do something to this disease. And that's how I ended up creating ghost peppers.
Huh. So that's not a naturally occurring vegetable.
God,
Oh,
no.
most peppers, like, we went ham with peppers. Like, there's a few of them that are naturally occurring, and they were just like, hey, what if they were worse?
Well, it started off
with
with
pepper powder is something that you shouldn't play around with.
It started off with crossbreeding, and then they moved on to GMOs by now to make them worse, right? I'm pretty sure.
I imagine you could.
I'm just waiting for them to start growing like meat plants, like plants that just have like big old fucking slabs of meat growing out of them.
There's an issue with the way that animal proteins and stuff form versus like plant
And I
proteins.
mean, it also depends on how you define vegetable.
Uh,
I
anything that
saw
you
I saw a meme. I think it was yesterday that vegan plants aren't even vegan because they're growing. Organic plants aren't vegan because they're growing in. They can't use manure or anything like that, but they use shrimp, like minced shrimp, to grow the plants, which is still an animal byproduct.
I mean, that's weird that they have to use meat to fertilize meat plants, but like I guess I'm okay with it.
No, not meat plants, doofus. Vegan plants.
Oh,
Vegan plants aren't truly vegan because they still have to use an animal byproduct to grow them.
I'm confused.
Vegans are people who won't eat anything that has anything to do with animals or using animal pieces or using the byproducts of an animal.
I'm familiar with that, but why is vegan plants a distinct plant from normal plants?
It's organic plants, organic vegetables. They're one of the keys to being an organic vegetable, and if you're vegan, you have to eat truly organic vegetables. Is that they don't use animal manure to grow the vegetables, which is an animal byproduct. But they do use like minced up shrimp shells and shit to grow the plants, which is still an animal byproduct. So it's not truly vegan.
Feels like kind of a pointless line to cross if you still have to use animals to fertilize your plants.
That's the thing. That's the whole thing that vegans go around saying they're all righteous because everything they use, there's no animal suffering at all. There's no animals involved. It's all plants.
I mean, animal shitting to fertilize your food isn't really animal suffering.
That's still part of the thing they go against because
Okay.
it's an animal byproduct.
What if it were human shit?
It's still an animal byproduct. Humans are animals too, man.
I don't know. I'm sure that's a very weird sect of vegetarians that and vegans that take that seriously. What fertilizes their
I'm
food.
sure. I was saying I saw the meme and I thought it was neat because I've actually been preached at by vegans about how I need to go vegan and how I'll be so much healthier if I do. It's annoying.
I've heard the opposite.
All right,
I've
all
heard
right. Before we get down too far, just like make sure you make the distinction between like a normal vegan and a Facebook vegan. The Facebook vegan is the one that will be in your face. Normal vegan's like,
Yeah.
I'm going to do this to better the world. If you ask about it, I'm going to tell you how it benefits, and move on from there. The Facebook
that's
vegan is the
like-
one who's just screaming at you. If you have any questions about the topic, watch Daniel Sloss.
Yeah,
I don't
I've
know
heard
who
a
that
few
is.
stories of like vegans dying from malnutrition, which doesn't sound healthy to me.
Well, that's just they didn't vegan well, and also it's like it depends on who you talk to. Because when I worked at the one place where we served food, someone asked me about honey. Would you consider honey? Would you eat honey if you were vegan or not?
Yes.
Technically, no.
Would you? I'm saying if you were a vegan, would you eat it?
Oh, I probably, yeah. You need a sweetener.
Um,
I'd have to talk to the bees and see if they were cool with it.
I understand it's made by bees, but like I drink milk if I were vegan too.
and
Then
I
you
would
would
too.
never be vegan.
That's not that's literally not being vegan. The thing is like drinking milk, it's like you're directly pulling it out of a cow. Like picturing if everyone was vegan, those cows wouldn't necessarily be there.
It's a natural body process for cows.
It
Delivering
is,
Or
but at
the
the
other
same
cows.
point, there's that, but there's also the point that farmers, and I know a couple farmers, they purposely keep their female cows pregnant, and then they give the calves formula while they harvest the milk, and then they will impregnate this cow every year just so they can keep milking it. That's where the whole process of it being improper against the animals comes in.
It's a bit of a moot point because I wouldn't be vegan anyways.
That's also questionable
Right.
on what you're trying to say, because any milk produced while a cow is pregnant, they're not allowed to sell that. It's not used during like the milk that you drink, it can't be from a cow that's pregnant. But anyways, like that's a great line. Basically what I was saying is, the one person asked if she's vegan, and she asked if there's honey in there because she doesn't eat it. But then I talked to my other friend who was vegan. She's like, well, it not like it comes out or whatever. It's just like the bees make it, and then like if you move the hive, they're just going to make some more. So it's like you're not like they're just saving the food for later. So you're kind of just taking the bees' food type of thing. I don't know. It's weird, but that's a.
I don't know. I don't quote me on this, but isn't the honey actually for the larva, not for the bees themselves?
I don't know.
I mean, are larvae bees? Sorry.
Well, the baby bees.
Sorry, couldn't have spoken. What?
It's also for the adults. I think the line is whether or not you're taking enough be detrimental to the hive. Because a lot of times they'll take too much and then they'll supplement the bees with sugar water, and then it's just like, that seems like you've crossed the line. You don't have to take that much.
Yeah.
I mean, but also aren't bees endangered? So I mean, it's a good thing that they provide
No.
something.
Depends where you are.
Isn't Save the Bees an entire movement?
It depends on the bee. European honeybees are not endangered at all, but native bees are. Biodiversity in bees is decreasing rapidly, and that's kind of an issue. Honeybees, they're fine.
Oh, I was about to say. I mean, it's a good thing they're useful to us because we'll keep making more of them. But I guess if there are so many different kinds of bees, then I guess I don't really know as much as I thought I did.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't know anything about that.
To Bork's point, yeah, there's a big difference. There's people who eat vegan because they believe it's better for themselves, and they believe it's better for the world, and that's fine. And then it's the people who like I don't know if you guys have ever seen her on YouTube, but the vegan teacher.
Horrible person.
Those are the people who are fucking crazy and make them all sound crazy.
Yeah, the Facebook vegan, the one who tells everyone that they're vegan at any chance they can. Like I said,
I was just bringing up the meme because I saw it and I thought it was neat, and I was like, to all those fuckers who sit there and are dicks about it.
go watch the first special by Daniel Sauce. I think it's still on Netflix. He does a whole vegan segment on it. It's funny. But
I will have to check it out.
Otherwise, I'm done eating, so I'm ready to go.
All right.
Unless you guys want to chat about something else.
No, I'll just close that statement by saying I always respected veganism. It takes a lot of commitment to do it. Definitely not something I would ever have the commitment to go through with. I wouldn't. So
yeah, I wouldn't ever be fully vegan, but like, because eggs are huge.
Mm-hmm.
Because the one thing that that's very hard is like becoming full vegan is you kind of need an animal protein. It's something with like the membrane in your head or your brain needs like an animal protein of some sort to like help it grow or something, and you can get that from eggs. And ethically, like small farm eggs are fine. Like large corporate egg farms, that's a sketchy topic. a sketchy area, but like overall, I would see eggs falling in the same category as bees. Like they're gonna produce it, but if you don't grab it fast enough, then it's literally crunchy.
All right. So
All right, John.
segueing back into the campaign. The race is over. In case I'm forgetting anything, we pretty much ended last session immediately after the end of the last race, right?
I believe so.
All right, so you guys haven't done anything. So, frequency.
You already had a conversation in the room already.
Oh, you're all in the room already. Okay, see, I forget these things.
I believe so. I have to check the map. Hang on. Yeah, we're all chilling in the room. I'm pretty sure we.
Okay.
Yeah, we picked the next day, which is not Blitzball. It's
Cyberball.
Yeah, that one.
Not the most creative name I know. But yeah, you guys all voted on Cyberball, and you're all in the room. It's about, I'd say, 4 in the afternoon. Not late. You guys don't have the whole day ahead of you either, so
Are you sure it's that early?
I'd say the race started around 12.
Yeah, but I swore Sledgehammer, like I was hanging out with him while he was getting smashed for a couple hours after the race was over, before we met up with maybe not.
I don't know. What time do you guys think it is?
It is 9:00 at night.
Eager for the next day, huh?
I don't know. I really got nothing else planned for the day.
Okay, well, I'll say it's 4 o'clock right now. You guys can wait for the next day if you're eager for it. There's nothing wrong with that. Just saying you have time if there's anything you guys want to do.
Of the various drinks I've had over the past 4 hours, were any of them decent?
No, they all felt like cheap booze that somebody just thought of at the top of their head.
Hangover's gonna be a bitch.
You were drinking quite a bit after that race, weren't you?
Before, during, and after. Sorry.
Like the Kentucky Derby. The only thing missing was mint julep. Oh, I gotta go back.
Yeah?
Oh, I'm heading back to the bar. I just realized I skipped a mint julep. Maybe this one will be better than toilet wine.
All right, so Sledgehammer Disco books it back to the bar.
So whatever time we pick the event for the next day, after we pick it, I want to see if there's anything like we vote somewhere and something. There's some sort of digital communication. I want to see if there's any like rules and stuff to study about Cyberball.
All right. You're going to make your way over to one of the basic terminals. There's one on each quadrant, and they're pretty accessible. You don't have to go any weird for it. The closest one is pretty much right next to the bar where Sledgehammer Disco is ordering his mint julep, which, by the way, will be brewed with synthetic mint, not real mint.
Why would
Best
it?
kind. Ugh.
All right. So, Sledgehammer Disco, you're ordering your drinks. I'm just going to have you roll. You want to say anything to the bartender?
I mean, I do my best to describe a mint julep. Bunch
Bartender-
of crushed ice, rum, mint, the whole.
Whole shebang.
Bartender seems excited to undertake this challenge, and you see he forges each of the ingredients 3D printer style one by one. And he pours it all for you. You don't smell anything. It doesn't smell like mint. It smells like nothing.
I mean, that's better than what it could smell like.
Right? Do you put it down? I mean, do you drink it?
Yeah.
All right, roll a fortitude check.
Alrighty. Dirty 20.
You can see that there is flavor in there. It's just really hard to detect. You swish it around for a bit. It's a mint julep, all right. It just, the flavor profile is so dulled by the manufacturing process that at first you don't smell it, and it doesn't taste like anything upon immediate tasting.
Excellent.
And it goes down smoothly.
Well, at least there's that.
You spend $5 and gain +1 to charisma modifiers. Spark Storm.
Yes,
You approach the terminal.
I do that.
All right. It's there. You see it's got a singular button to activate before the holographic interface takes play.
I push the button.
You push it and a screen pops up, and it's kind of like that movie where everybody's touching the screen. Minority Report. You got the screen, you got to wave it around and move everything. It's got events listed. It's got profiles for like big name characters if you want to learn anything about the reigning champion. It's got team rosters.
How about you said it's like 4:00?
Yeah.
I'll stay here until I'm hungry. I'll grab some food and head back to the room. I'm gonna use my genius brain and just start snooping.
All right. Is there anything you want to immediately know right now?
First of all, I want to see the rules of Cyberball so I can let my subconscious start breaking that apart. Then I want to look at the members that go through each of the members that we're facing.
All right. Well, for Cyberball, I will pull you over to this map because you see a layout of what the game will look like.
So we're playing Cyberball?
I was right with my... I was right.
What were you right about?
By calling it the wrong name.
Blitzball?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's essentially what it was the last time we played it.
Oh, did we?
Yeah.
Yeah, you guys already played this minigame. This one's got a few changes.
When
Yeah,
did we
there's
play?
4 goals instead of 2. Undersea, it was a memory. We were the princes.
Oh, so we literally were playing Blitzball then.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
More or less. You guys have already done this minigame under a different rule set.
I don't remember it much, so new rules are cool by me.
Yeah, it was like 2 8-player teams, and you guys recruited some team members to join you during the previous game. This one is 4 4-member teams, and each of you will have a corresponding goalpost that you will have 1 team member dedicated to protecting. You'll have 3 team members on the field. So the rules are generally... This is another one where there are unique rules just for this. There are only 4 actions, really, and they're all situation dependent. There's defense, any ball that goes past you within proximity to you. is going to have to roll above a certain point to get past you. Otherwise, it stops at you. There's power. There's offense, which is based on your. Where do I have this listed? Yeah, reflex. Power effect. Power effect for kick strength. So you roll your power effect to determine how far your ball goes and how high somebody has to roll to stop it once it goes past them. You roll defense to stop the ball that's going past you and within range of you. And if your reflex is high enough, you can even kick it after stopping it. The reach for your character as far as how far you can stop a ball that's going past you is based on your movement speed. That's 1, and then another 1 for every 5 movement you have. So a really fast character, any ball going past them, they have a chance to stop it. The goalie is a bit different. Whoever's assigned goalie, they just get a roll stop, even if it's outside of their reach.
Okay.
And so what's going to happen is every team is going to roll initiative, and team members are free to hash out who goes first in initiative once it's rolled, because it's just initiative for the entire team. So that's like team strategizing right there. Yeah, that's basically all it is. Oh, also, since it is a free-for-all, basically, it's whoever scores 3 points first gets first place, and then the 3 remaining teams, whoever gets 3 points after that is second, and 3 points after that is third. So that's how it is. You just have to score 3 points, and your team is basically done with the match.
All right, I want to be aware of, similar to how you can, if you're on the boat and you're savvy enough, you can learn the secret ability, jet shot. I want to be aware for if that pops up, that I can do the right sequence of clicks to learn a special ability in this world.
Unfortunately, the only mention of special techniques is praise for the reigning champion, Joser, the moderator, winning the last countless number of arena cons. There's no number listed. It just says countless arena cons. Joser has reigned supreme, and he has a special Joser shot. And you kind of just see him kind of leap in the air and
Oh, does it play video?
Yeah, there's video if you want to play it.
I'm studying that shit.
I don't think I ever really mastered the jet shot, because I know if you do it like absolutely perfect, you get the jet shot Mark II or whatever. I always only got the basic version.
Okay, so
yeah, that was how it was during my first playthrough.
So
I reload
when you play it. When you're on the boat before you play Blitzball the first time, that's where you get Jet Shot 1.
Mm-hmm.
But Jet Shot Mark II comes later, or Jet Shot 2 comes later.
I thought you could get it on the boat.
No, if you get the stuff perfect, you get Jet Shot 1.
Oh, okay. Well, then I'm fine. I got that.
And that's a huge skill. I mean, you can win without it, but that's a huge skill while you're playing. Because no one at that level can. But yeah, anyway, I got distracted by this, and I'm gonna loop that and then let my brain break it apart so I can attempt it tomorrow.
Since this is basically all you're doing for the afternoon, I'm not going to make you make any rolls. This is your day.
Yeah, like I said, I'm taking a couple 20s. I'm spending like 4 hours here.
All right, so you're studying the Joser shot. You're seeing what this guy does differently. By the way, he kind of looks like some sort of exaggerated, like, super football player. He looks like a moderator, like a kind of like an advanced robot, but his armor is shaped like a football player's like padded suit with a helmet.
Okay.
and you just watch him repeatedly perform this shot, which has basically the defense rolls with disadvantage to block it once it passes through them.
Cool. Any other time that I have, your discretion if you want me to roll to see how long it takes. But any other time, I'm gonna look into just get a background on every other player if they have that. Since you said they had that.
All right. That will come into play whenever you actually want to know more about them.
Cool.
But moving on from that, while Sparks are studying, frequency. Do you want to do anything? Frequency?
What?
I asked if you wanted to do anything.
Aren't we playing Blitzball?
No,
Have
this
you
is
been
before we
listening?
go to bed at night.
Oh, I want to get some of the plastic food. That's about it. I gotta eat. I'm the only one that hasn't eaten.
All right.
I'm so excited.
Gotta love that plastic food.
So you guys are free to ask for rumors or look around the arena or just eat.
Plastic food.
All right, $5 per meal.
Do you got anything besides burgers?
I have recently served scrambled eggs. My patrons haven't ordered it a second time.
What about spaghetti?
I don't know what that is.
Noodles with the tomato sauce.
I can attempt it.
Go for it.
All right. Are you going to
See how
try
you
and
make 'em.
elaborate?
I mean, it's basically like an extruded bun with ketchup.
Hey,
Right?
do not give the plastic food guy bad ideas. It's tomato sauce. Okay,
Yeah,
you
that's
need
what I said.
tomatoes.
Like this guy's what goes into ketchup? The guy knows what ketchup is. It goes on the burgers. Knows
don't
what
like-
buns are.
Don't
it goes
He
want
on
knows
the
what
ketchup on my
ketchup
pasta.
is. He's never heard the term tomato sauce.
I explain. It's tomatoes that are cooked down slowly until they turn into a moist sauce. And then it goes over pasta, which is made from flours and eggs.
Okay, if I told you that Splatz was something that's just cooked down and you put it in Splatzamatzer, would that make sense to you?
If I could find something called click a blah blah blah, and I would attempt to cook it down into whatever the fuck that is, yes.
He tries his best to interpret what tomato sauce is. He understands generally as some sort of red sauce. It's the same general ingredient used in ketchup. So he 3D prints you some noodles. Their thickness is each of the noodles are about half an inch thick.
Jesus.
And the red
Bad
sauce, is extremely watery.
Kind of figured that, but you can't really 3D print a sauce.
Not with that attitude.
He did it.
I was trying to attempt to make him actually cook by giving him something that can't be printed.
He can't cook without ingredients. He has no ingredients.
It's not like I have any fucking tomatoes on me.
He has to print the tomatoes.
I know two of you don't 3D print much, but I'm just picturing instead of running PLA through his 3D printer, he's instead running TPU. It's the flexible like silicone-y stuff, and so like instead of just like printing it, he just like has it go out and just fall on the plate, go out, cut it off, and it's just a constant stream that just keeps cutting, and it's just just the wiggly plastic.
Yeah, something like that. He just cuts out all these segments. They wind up on a serving tray for you. Says, "Does this match your order, sir?"
Does it?
Sir,
Oh, I don't know. How is it?
roll fortitude.
I don't have any fortitude.
Roll it.
They're too damn bad.
I got a 10.
It's pretty gross. It feels strange eating something so flavorless and without substance that's so weirdly big for what a noodle should be. And the sauce is watery and also kind of like gross too. You get a -1 fortitude. You get a fatigue.
Okay. Well, I'm not happy.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that, sir. Perhaps my noodles will be better next time.
I'm more worried about your sauce than your noodles. Find some tomatoes, dude.
I still do not know what those are, but I will research these tomatoes.
Ask your other people from my world what they are.
Of course, sir. Anything for a paying customer. I will look into this further.
I mean, it's simple. It's just a berry from the genus Solanum. That's not
What?
dangerous at all. Just spin a wheel of Nightshade.
Imagine Sledgehammer Disco just giving commentary since he's right there. This is strangely eloquent.
No. The comment is, this guy wants spaghetti. What a jackass. Oh, wait, he's with me. Oh, no.
Nice.
I mean, dude's had plenty today, so.
Yeah, and like the burgers have been slowly getting marginally better, and you want to try something completely new? Of course it's going to be ass.
With that, you guys have anything else you wish to do with your day?
That's it for me.
No, I mean, when I'm done, I'm gonna go get some. Just try to get one of those bacon burgers that I got earlier. Worth a shot.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask the barkeep where they got those Long Island iced tea cans from. If they could source the other ingredients for the drinks that they've attempted to make today, if they could source those ingredients from the same people, tomorrow won't be as miserable.
He says they were actually provided here by some of the contestants here. They're stocked by outside supplier. He's not familiar with who or where they got them from. They're not 3D printed.
Well, if they can get me in contact with the people that supplied them with that stuff, I'd be interested in getting more supplies sent over here.
As I said before was that fellow over there. And he points at the radical hunk who's kind of in a corner drinking by himself again.
You want to switch us over to the other map?
What map am I on? Oh shit, my bad. Oof. Thought I already did that. Big oof. Alright.
Since you're pointing him to a specific person.
Yeah, I thought you guys were seeing all this already. Whoops.
Yes, I'm just gonna go around the bar and just ask this fine gentleman, hey, is there any chance we can get actual rum, mint, limes, ginger beer, gin, tonic water, just like a bar's worth of actual ingredients?
I just had Radical Hunk roll a knowledge check. Dude.
Probably not.
Dude, what are you talking about? I
What?
just brought some beer, man.
I will give you $20 for a beer.
Oh. Radical. Okay, here you go, man.
First real drink I've had all day. It's worth it.
Bottoms up, dude. And he pounds one back, too.
Oh Lord.
Your fatigue modifier gets negated by some actual normal beer.
You're a lifesaver. Head back to the room.
Gnarly. $20 for a beer. Dude, anytime, man. Where did I get these things again?
He's gonna have to
Short-term
make a
memory
run
loss.
tonight.
I get it.
All right. If you guys don't choose to do anything today, we can skip over to the next day.
No, I'm. How much for a burger, right?
$5.
It's 80.
Yeah.
I'm good for the next day after all my research and good stuff.
All right. You are knowledgeable about the players. Just keep in mind that all the information given to you about the players is official material. So it's only stuff that was provided by the Empire itself on each individual player in this tournament.
I also took the opportunity to look us up.
There's little to no information. You guys are the black horses of this tournament.
But we're winning.
Yeah,
Going
you
into
guys
the
have
tournament.
been here for. You guys have been here and winning for 2 days, but before you showed up, nobody knew who you were.
Anyway, I'm excited to
And-
see that news.
That's because we're the shiny puppy dogs. I don't
The
know
only-
what I'm talking about.
The only people who knew you were Ramses and Zenact, and they're not going to publish anything in this official document that might be confidential Imperial information.
Well, anywho, I when the next morning when we wake up, kind of just want to like game plan with them the stuff I learned, and I tell them like, oh, by the way, I learned about stuff from the other contestants. Kind of give any material that would like indicate weaknesses and stuff, ways to like get advantage over them. And then I follow that up with saying, "Oh yeah, and they had our names, and that was about it." And then we can game plan.
As far as weak links go, I do want to draw attention to the fact that the moderator's team has had an adjustment recently. Ramses will be a temporary contender, and there will be a temporary referee for the group matches, since one of the moderators is expected to partake in these is MIA.
Did we kill him?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
What was that guy's name? It was Hotep. Yeah, Hotep.
The guy I stole the katana from.
No, you didn't steal a katana from Hotep. You stole that katana from one of the Ravagers.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just a Ravager. It was just a big one. Big one with a big sword. Hotep was the guy that was trying to put down these Ravager raiders basically in the middle of the night, and you teamed up with them to kill him.
Please,
And then you fried the Ravager.
give us more of a backstory of a recap of what happened, for everyone's sake, if you can.
Right. So, at one point earlier, before arriving in the capital, which is where we are right now. Our heroes were in Southern Duet, which was a
down
big
there.
city. It's a big city, but it was very, very grimy, very dark, very gritty. There were raiders pillaging the place at night. There's no natural moonlight here, so nights were pitch black. So these raiders would have their own light sources that they would go out and just scavenge materials while everybody stayed inside. Our heroes decided to venture out one night, and they found that one of the moderators, basically these powerful champions selected by the gods of cyberspace, Anubis in this case, they found one of these moderators, and he was fighting a group of Ravagers. Instead of siding with this moderator, our group sided with the Ravagers to kill him.
I forgot about that event. I remember that now.
I remember it, and I don't remember it at the same time. It was kind of a small event in the things, but I don't actually remember killing the moderator. Didn't we talk to him?
Nope.
And then I poked him in the head, and he freaked the fuck out?
Nope.
Oh.
You guys teamed up with this Ravager group that was led by another suspiciously powerful Ravager. You killed him, and this Ravager leader explained that he himself was a former moderator.
That's what it was.
He did not have the blessings of a god, therefore he did not have the full power of a moderator. He was not working for Anubis, who is the only active god in cyberspace. So...
I poked him.
Yes. You guys offered to free him from his programming restrictions and let him use his full power, using the power of your Star Force of Freedom.
It didn't go very well, if I remember correctly.
It did not. All of these moderators are have built-in safety features, firewalls, to prevent them from accessing their full power without a god.
You like poking people.
So even though you had the Star Force of Freedom, and you could free him from whatever restrictions he had mentally, these firewalls were built into him by programming. This isn't something that was based on his will. It's just part of him. So once you released his full potential, he basically had a meltdown and died.
Yeah.
Way to give him that sweet release, man.
Hey, death over imprisonment.
He was pretty eager for it. He was pretty eager to have his full power back, just at snap of his fingers. Didn't turn out well for him.
No.
But yeah, you teamed up with him to kill Hotep, the moderator that was in charge of protecting that quarter of Southern Duet. So he's dead. And actually, interestingly, when you were in the subways, you lied about how that went down when Zenak questioned you. He did question you about what happened to Hotep. Since you guys
I don't remember that. I might have been drunk that night.
It was brief. It wasn't drawn out. You guys kind of shifted the conversation pretty quickly and rolled high enough that he wasn't suspicious at all. You do remember that he had a brief moment of silence for Hotep. Hotep was someone he considered an honorable moderator. But he's gone now. So now Ramses will be temporarily taking his position in group matches.
So I believe that Hotep, the initial Hotep part was before we were online.
No, it was when we just got in. We were still in that first town that we appeared in, and we kind of stumbled into this group as they were fighting.
Yeah, but the first season that we released as podcast was when our trip up north to here.
It might have been while we were streaming. It's possible.
I think we did. This is his third stream.
We're only at season 2.
Are we really?
Did we stream Neptunia?
No.
No, we didn't do Neptunia.
I'm not sure. I'd have to go back, but I thought...
I can't remember. We started in the city.
In Dued. I thought it was a second stint in Dued, but maybe not. Anywho.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Good backstory.
Yeah, this is basically the backstory. There was a moderator who was supposed to be in this tournament. He's dead now. Ramses was just supposed to referee. He's the interim placeholder for that moderator. Just for group matches.
Okay.
So, just as far as what's relevant to you, Ramses isn't particularly good at sporting competitions. There's no information on him partaking in any of these. He's here out of necessity, not because he was chosen for out of preference.
Gotcha. But nevertheless, I offer to game plan with tell them the rules that I found. And game plan strategies.
Right? Does anybody have any specific questions about any of the competitors?
Nope.
All right. I will also say that the Ravagers are fairly Black Horse contenders. There's not a lot of information on them either. Their team leader isn't mentioned at all. You spent all night looking up information. You didn't find a lick of information about whoever their leader was.
We've dealt with our fair share of Ravagers. We're not worried. Are we taking all our normal gear in, or are we...
Gear isn't going to be relevant for Cyberball. It's going to be based on your saves and your raw stats.
God.
If you have energy drinks or buy sports paraphernalia by any of the vendors specifically for this tournament, that could change. But by base rule set, it's just your modifiers.
May go snag an energy drink before on our way to the competition.
Wouldn't hurt.
Oh wait, I have one. Never mind.
You have an HP and MP potion. Did you buy multiple energy potions?
No, the first
The
time.
HPMP potion you got the first time.
No, I bought an energy drink and the HPMP potion, and then I bought an energy drink for frequency.
Right. So as far as game planning goes, it's relevant to know that the pertinent modifiers are fortitude, reflex, and power effect. So your fortitude is how easily you can stop balls passing you. It's going to be really good for whoever gets picked to be goalie.
Yeah, I got no fortitude.
I'm pretty weak on fortitude myself. What's gun show's fortitude look like?
+4.
What's your fortitude, Disco?
Just my fortitude bonus or my roll
Just your bonus.
5.
No, Disco would be the lead choice there.
Hold on.
I have a +8 to a fortitude save.
So you're +8 then.
Okay, maybe. I was gonna say, gun show can't really use his hands the best, so like he's fine for like smacking a ball if it's coming to him. So he might be good for goalie, but like throwing the ball back to us.
Can't he just modify his gun into a net like a lacrosse stick?
That's if he can hold on to it.
He's had some time to heal up.
Yeah, he could be a fairly decent skirmisher on the field, and he could be a fairly decent goalie. Wherever you want to put him, he's got decent modifiers across the board, despite not being fully healed up yet.
What's the modifier for making a throw or a pass?
The modifier for making a throw or a pass is power effect. That's how hard you kick the ball. So the distance it will travel, and you're rolling a d20 plus this.
Yep.
Whoever wants to stop it rolls a d20 plus their defense modifier, their fortitude modifier.
Power effect.
Wait, why do you have temp modifiers?
That could be because of things you're carrying. I don't know.
My advanced armor has -1 dodge.
Yeah, usually when I'm looking at character sheets, I'm like, why are the stats this way? A lot of times it's because of something in your inventory.
So you're saying
Interest.
not the roll bonus? Are we using the roll bonus, right?
Yeah, yes, just the roll bonus. That's the only modifier. That's the only number you're looking at.
So for
Well, my power effect is 4.
fort is 2, reflex is 0, and power's 10.
So you're going to be really good at kicking that ball then.
See, my reflex is 5. Plus, with my movement at 17, that means I can stop a ball up to 3 squares away from me. So I would be good for intercepting the ball and trying to get it to you, because my power effect ain't bad at 4.
So I'm forward,
That's-
you're center, and one person's back, and the other person is goalie.
Yeah, I would say have disco, goalie, gun show close enough to the goalie to provide support, and me and you trying to run the goals. Plus, with my movement, I'll be able to get around pretty quick, so I can intercept.
What are your main 3 stats, Sledgehammer?
My power is +4, reflex +3, and fortitude +8.
All right. I'm confident if you're okay being goalie, because even with the fortitude of +4, power +4, you should be able to pass it very well to us or kick it to us.
Yep.
Unless you want to be defender, but
I mean, if goalie is all about fortitude, I feel like that's where I should be.
All right. Keep in mind, these modifiers could go higher if you guys all have energy drinks.
I'm not spending any more money. I spent all my cash on my armor.
It is expensive. I just want to throw that out there.
How much is an
Is you-
energy drink?
200 a pop.
Ooh. That's like 10 beers if you're desperate.
It gives you a considerable edge, though.
I think I'll make a good mid even without an energy drink. I can move well. I've got enough power to make the pass. The biggest thing
Yeah.
will be stopping the ball for me because I have no fortitude, so I'll have to do a lot of interception.
Yeah, I think I can make this work without edging.
Besides energy drinks, there is also the merch vendor, who does have sporting event specific apparel.
I'm still not cheating.
Okay. Well, cheating specifically would be the black market vendor. He has stuff for that too. All right, so you guys are ready to head into the tournament.
Actually, before we actually head into the tournament, the morning of the tournament, I do want to go by force area, and I kind of want to go talk to Sparky. Like I'm going to ignore literally everybody else. I'm just going to the dog.
I offer to take along because after we have our conversation, and then pick up energy drink on the way back. And I kind of pull the room, like, who wants an energy drink? On me.
All
Right,
the force members kind of look a little awkward. Lieutenant
not asking
Liberty
them.
kind of.
I'm asking
Oh.
our group, like out of our 4 people, who wants energy
Before we leave, he's saying
On-
like,
on the
he's
way back.
asking us.
Oh, I thought you were offering the force soldiers.
No.
Okay.
God, no. I'll pick up 4 on the way back. All right. I'm gonna walk in with frequency if he's okay with that.
Yeah, it's fine by me. I don't know where my token is. Where's my token? Boop. You make your maps too large sometimes, Donnie. I have to literally shift my screen in order to get my token to move.
There's a lot of shit I try to cram into these maps. My bad.
No, so like I said, like I'm legit ignoring everybody else, and I'm just walking up to Sparky. I'm gonna pet him on his head and go, "Who's a good boy? You did such a good job on the race."
I'm just gonna have you roll animal handling with
I have
advantage.
animal handling.
Can I assist?
Yeah, you can assist.
Oh, I do have animal handling. Holy shit.
What do I do for assisting?
Just say he rolls with advantage.
I already got to roll with advantage. Why am I rolling with advantage again if he's assisting me?
What do you mean you gotta roll with it? Oh, double
Before you-
advantage then.
Okay, well, I'll roll another one. Let's see.
Triple advantage is a thing.
Okay, well, with the highest one, it's an 11.
All right. He kind of looks up from the mace that he's chewing on. He kind of acknowledges you for about a second before continuing to nom on his mace.
That's fine. I'm just petting his head, saying he's a good boy, and like telling him he did a good job getting that chew toy, and that's about it. And then completely ignoring any looks I'm getting from anybody else. Like, oh, aren't you my sweet little angel dog? And then I kind of just turn around and walk away.
The nameless force agents, and they're just staring, don't have time to react. They're very confused. Lieutenant Liberty,
So for clearance, because I know we did talk about this earlier, I'm doing this as a way of negating some of the heat on me for basically trying to program Angelica to kill my opponent. And basically, like, and I was calling the dog my sweet little angel. I wasn't talking to Angelica. That's the intent I'm trying to push forward here.
okay. That being the case, though, Sparkstorm, you are there with him, right?
I'm kind of just chilling next to him.
She leaves the room before, you guys leave, and she just asks if you have time to speak alone.
Me?
Yes.
I want to go to frequency. I'm like, hey, how much time do we have before we start? And I kind of give like a little like head notion of like, because he knows this side of her more, and be like, hey, is this a good idea?
I kind of just give you a little bit of a shrug nod, as imperceptible as I can, but at the same point, I'm still petting the dog in this juncture before we leave. So I just kind of give you that weird little, yeah, go for it, and then I'll say, I think we got like an hour.
In that case, I'll be like, yeah, I got time. Sweet.
All right. She kind of just leads you over to like the bleachers a little bit over this way. There's nobody seated right now. She doesn't want to be around all the other force agents.
I go sit next to her, or stand next to her, whichever one.
So Sparkstorm, I know I've told you this. This place, something about it, it's messing with the things I can remember and the things that I can't. Something your friend said felt weird to me yesterday. You probably didn't hear it since you were not right there. It was just the competitors who heard it. He said, "Kill my little angel."
I look concerned and like quizzical, but and concerned at the same time. Like, really?
Yes.
Like, how did it make you feel? Or how did you feel weird, differently?
It felt, well, it was a lot because my father used to call me that. He hasn't called me that for years, though. My little angel, that is, not kill.
I clarify, or actually, yeah, I'm assuming you're talking the one from, Century City, yeah.
Yes. She's talking about General Justice.
Like, he used to call you that? Why did he stop? Two-part question.
Just roll d20. No modifiers.
Come on, Orange Jesus. An 8.
I don't really want to get into it. It's just he's been cold recently.
But he used to say it to you often?
He used to call it.
Sorry, go
He used to call me that all the time.
Excuse me.
My meta brain is messing with my thoughts. I mean, I'm sorry to hear that. My parents still call me by my nickname all the time, and that's not something a parent should do. I'm trying to lean more towards her like human counterpart, not her super being counterpart.
Roll another d20.
Oh, poor. This ain't good, guys.
Yeah, I know. A parent shouldn't call their kid that, but it feels like he's not saying it for a reason. Something about that phrase and what your friend said feels wrong. It makes me feel, I don't know, angry. It's dumb.
So knowing that Frequency knows her from a different dimension, and she's having conflicting aspects, or understand that it's conflicting. It seems like it's not she still has memories of back then, but it's not like the actual phrase that is causing her to lose her memory now. I go, no, it's not dumb. I understand. Did shit. How am I trying to say this? he didn't use it when he used to call you that before. It was more general, right? It wasn't like in certain scenarios.
It was general. Come home with good grade, I was his little angel. Make a mess eating food, I was his little angel. He used it all the time. Of course, I'm older now, so one of those things doesn't happen as often.
I'm guessing she doesn't make messes for food.
Yeah.
Has he called you or said anything else to you that has sparked similar feelings? And
No, he's barely talked to me recently, actually. Although, the way this whole place is, maybe I'm just not remembering things right.
yeah, it does feel like time's slowed down here, so maybe it just feels like it's been a lot longer than it actually has.
It just bothers me. Your friend there's no reason to say something like that. It was completely unprompted. It made me feel this way. There has to be a connection somewhere.
Well,
He had to have meant something by that.
yeah, he's a little weird at times. I think I mean he's a big lover of animals. I'm pretty sure he was just trying to win over the dog. And I'm sorry it triggered something in you. I will. I'll make sure I go tell him to be careful.
You don't have to tell him anything. We can forget all of this. It's all so strange. Just being in cyberspace, this place alone is strange enough.
Well, okay. I'm not gonna forget all this. This is a lot. Hope you understand, but yeah. If you have any other thoughts like this, feel free to reach out.
I will. Maybe my mal-communicator will start being able to work properly once we get away from this place.
Yeah, we can hope.
Yeah, I would have just mal-texted you if I could.
Instead of iMessage, mail message.
It
Yeah,
doesn't have anything to do with malware, does it?
made by Dr. Malice.
So the illumination in this place, is it electric or gaslight?
I think it's all electric.
Oh, okay. I got a vibe.
Anyways, she's just like nods, just like, okay. Sorry, I just had to get that out. It was just too weird not to mention that and how it made me feel.
I do appreciate you bringing this up to me. Yeah, I would need to talk to someone else if I was in your shoes. I kind of want to reach out and like grab her hand and actually like make physical contact this time and be like, it'll be fine, we'll get through this, but seriously, if this happens again or something like this happens again, let me know.
She's walking away. You kind of gently grab her hand, and she looks back and she kind of nods. Seems kind of like she took some comfort in that. She lets go of your hand and enters the fourth quarter again.
I've held hands with her before. Did it feel off? Or
No.
did it feel kind of normal?
It felt normal.
Okay. I'll meet up back with the frequency and be like, oh, that little stunt you pulled triggered some feelings in her. FYI, as we're walking back to get the energy drinks.
Well, were those feelings of anger and wanting to kill people?
Something like that. Maybe not at that extreme.
Well, again, from my dimension, things may be different here. I'm not 100%. My information has not been completely accurate. But she would often go into killing rages at whoever was targeted when her code word was said, or code phrase was said in my dimension. And it took us knocking her the fuck out to get her to break loose of it. From what she told us back then, at first she didn't even realize it, but then she started to notice there were times in her memory that were missing. So we might be at the beginning onset of his hypnotization of his daughter, in which case we could still save her. Or it might not happen here. I'm not really sure.
I feel like I was thinking personally it was the former. Because I don't know what has happened, but this may sound weird to you. But I feel like we're in the dimension that precursed your dimension. Because
I mean, it could be.
She said that it's, I mean, she's not that old. I mean, she's my age.
You guys are like 16, right?
Yeah, high schoolers. And she was saying that he would call her that all the time and then has gotten distant with it. So I have if it was the fact that like, unless she completely forgot the trigger word, but like maybe this is the dimension, quote unquote, that age where he laid the groundwork and then went off to the other one when it actually.
I think it's more of just a change of scenarios, also a change of the timeline when I jumped, because my parents had a baby version of me, but at the same time, the holy diver was an adult. So it's a bit of a weird mix. I wouldn't say full on precursor, but I definitely fucked with the timeline when I jumped.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did say they had a baby. You.
Mm-hmm.
That makes more sense then. Okay, yeah. Um, we'll have to come back to your thoughts on saving her then. But
Well, in all reality, the only way we're gonna save her is to convince her to leave Force and join us. And we're not gonna do that until she realizes how much of a douchebag her father is.
yeah, um, probably don't have time to talk about that now, and probably should get on to the event. I mean, it's been
Yeah,
a while.
yeah, you're probably right.
All right. So you guys are pretty much prepared to take on the competition.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Sorry, I need an intermission. Got to use the bathroom, grab another beverage.
You're not allowed. Hurry the hell up.
I really need to go.
I'll do the same. I'll be quick. I need more water, anyways.
Why don't I get tummy rubs?
I'm here.
Nervous Morgan, come give me a tummy rub.
All right, I'm back. Are we all here?
I am.
Most of us.
Are we talking mentally, physically, or emotionally?
Uh,
I mean, we'll start with
best of
physically.
three. Best of one, two of the three. I'll take that. I'm here all night. I'm here all three. I check all the boxes. D&D all day.
Good to go.
All right.
I already withdrew the money. I'm buying 4 energy drinks. Gonna divvy them out in the room.
Okay, look at money bags here. That's going to be. You buy one for gun show as well?
Is he participating?
Yeah, you guys want four members for your team, right? Because that's what everybody else has.
Yeah, if he's participating, I'll buy one for him. He can be on his own during his event, but it's the first group event, and kind of want to go out and bang, you know?
4 energy drinks, that's $800.
Yeah.
All right, everybody gets +1 to all of their modifiers and a +1 to their movement for the duration of this event. All right, let's move you to the other map.
So my reflex will be a 0. Even will?
Yeah. Don't know if that's going to be relevant for this, but yes. You're so wired that your will is increased.
I am unable to move my token.
Oh. Okay, well, I put this on the map. Here you go. Here he is. Can you control that? Frequency, get off him.
I will turn this stream around. No, I still can't control him.
All right. I'm gonna have to get you one of those.
Hey,
There you
now
go.
I can move him.
Yeah, I put your token on the map before we started because like couldn't remember, but like I knew you needed it. So I just dragged him up over there just now. You're gonna have to create an actual character sheet at some point. I forgot how all that works. Anyways,
Excuse me.
So let me say here, we got this big green circle right here. Anybody who's not goalie has to start somewhere in the big green circle, somewhere outside the little green circle. All right. Oh, right. I got a Drake gun showing here. Whoops. Whoopsies. Just go find them. There we go. There's gun show. Do you have a place that you want him to stand?
He's gonna be a back support. So like back here,
All right.
by our goalie.
He can start further back since he's going to move that way as soon as the ball gets kicked off. All right. Since Ramses is actually entering the tournament as a competitor, you can see the loudspeaker starts up. Hey, is everybody ready?
I give
Just
a
for
big
shit
thumb.
and giggles, I say no.
It's always one of them.
Well, like, what do you want?
Money?
Do you have $5,000? I'm a little short.
All the competitors kind of just stare at you.
That's what I wanted.
Ramsey's just like, have mercy on the young lad. He's a substitute referee.
Well, it doesn't mean he can't give me some money.
After a moment of silence, a loudspeaker speaks up. Lord Anubis says I can't give you anything. And he's gonna kill me if you guys don't start soon.
I literally just sit there and chuckle.
So set the scene. Are we underwater? Are we what? What's the deal?
You guys are not underwater. I used this map just because it was the closest thing I had to the original Aqua Ball map.
We're on like
So-
a flat playing field.
Yeah, the stage basically shifted into basically a normal field. The ground changed pattern too. That's why it looks so stylized. These red quadrants here are enemy goalposts. So doesn't matter where you land a score. You just need to get 3 of them. And your team is basically done with this match. You get the first 3, your first place. This is the Ravager's goalpost. You kind of see somebody in there that doesn't look quite like a Ravager. This is Force's goalpost. You got Lieutenant Liberty as their goalie. Down here is the Ravager goalpost with Cleopatra there. And to the right, your guys' goalpost, Team Gizmos with Sledgehammer Disco. The goalies have a wider radius in their movement. Basically, they have the whole goalpost. The whole movement radius isn't a thing for them. You have to beat their defense rating to score a goal when you kick it into their field.
What?
Well, see, you didn't have to be able to use your token anyway. You just get to stand there.
Well, wherever he moves it is actually sort of relevant, because if he decides to kick it somewhere, it's going to be coming from wherever he's standing.
Okay.
While they're like, since we pre-gamed and whatever and stuff, I want to go to frequency and be like, so which goalie looks like the weakest link? I nudge him. Frequency.
What?
Which goalie looks like the weakest link?
Well, the Ravagers first.
Do we want to do one in each? Is that a rule that we have to do one in each?
No, it can be any goalpost. You don't have to be picky about it.
Can we knock teams out by scoring on their posts?
No.
Can we knock the goalie out by hitting them in the head?
No. Actually, this is one of the few events where you guys cannot just kill other competitors.
Damn. I ruined all my fun.
I wasn't trying to kill him.
Go...
I was shooting the ball. His head just got in the way.
I would go Ravagers. Angelica Justice or Lieutenant Liberty is basically fucking beefcake defense, so her fortitude's going to be pretty high. The Ravager's chick, if I remember correctly, just likes to dance a lot, so I'm assuming her fortitude's not going to be the best.
That's the moderator one. You said Ravager.
Oh, well, I was mistaken. Moderator, then.
Which one's that one? The yellow or the pink? Pink.
Pink. It's the one who was dancing against Disco.
Yes. Well, we'll see how it goes. Might want to put a pot shot in each of them just in case, just so that they don't have extra people back, Gotta be a little finesse about it.
Just keep in mind you have no information on the Ravager's 4th member here. So you can't tell if he's good or bad at what he's going to try and do to stop the ball.
Okay.
All right. So without further ado, everybody roll initiative. Or, no, designate one member of your team to roll initiative.
My decisiveness is only 3. I'm actually not that great at initiative.
My decisiveness save total is a 1.
What about you, Disco?
Gun shows +4.
Mine's just a 9.
Hey, Disco, roll initiative for us.
Is that a +9 or
It's a +9.
Yeah. Go ahead and roll that.
You can be our captain.
If you
Yeah.
insist.
The captain a lot of times isn't the goalie. Is the goalie.
They can see the whole field.
It's a 15.
It's dark.
Not
It's dark.
bad.
It's a good start. I rolled a 6.
Okay, Ravagers get a total of 6.
It's so far good start. Good start.
Yeah.
Force gets 22.
Force can fuck off.
Well, I didn't roll above a 10 earlier, so.
And the moderators get a 25.
Ooh. That would have been tough to beat.
Yeah. In all fairness, your 6 wasn't bad in comparison. They rolled a 17 and a 19.
No, it wasn't bad. All right. I got to create turn order. Delete all of these ones. All right.
Are we
Let's
getting
moderate.
to choose where we go before the turns actually start, or are we all just starting in the middle here?
You guys get to choose where you go within the large green circle and outside the small green circle.
Oh, okay, so this is the starting formation then.
Yep.
Okay, cool. I didn't know if this was like a kickoff scenario where we like the ball gets lobbed and then like whoever has the highest initiative goes and then everyone else is in position, but
This might take a second actually adding all these turns. Give me a moment. Right, and then
why don't you
force this
just
up
do the captain of each?
Oh, I've already rolled initiative. I just got to add them all to turn order.
Yeah, I meant why not just roll the captain of each team, and then you know
And
that
then have
that
each
team's going.
team.
Oh, I
So-
could do that.
That way you don't have 12 turns. You just got 4.
Let's see how this goes.
I mean, it'll just be on you to remember that to move everyone on your team, or not. But I'll take that too.
All right. So we got turn 1 with the moderators. That's Cleopatra. She holds still. Then we have Joser, the team captain for the moderators, who you have not seen yet. Sparkstorm has seen plenty of him watching replays of his Joser shot. And he
Ha! Horrible.
he takes aim to shoot 1, 2, 3. He moves over here. And
Okay, hold on. I know you got a whole thing set already, and I don't mean to interrupt you. But I understand that they get to go first, but shouldn't we roll something to see who actually snags the ball? And then that way, the turn order, they have to actually try to steal it or use it or whatever. You know what I mean?
that was kind of the whole point of rolling team initiative.
Oh, okay.
Actually, I'm going to have him move over here. 1, 2, 3. And he's going to try and bypass the defense of Gun Show. I don't know if Sparkstorm can intercept. He's going to try and shoot the ball.
Wait, why
What's
did,
your
right.
movement, Sparkstorm?
why did you move?
Because I wanted to be down here.
Oh. Okay. Wait. You didn't do that before. I would have been down 1 if I would have known that.
I did it like 12 minutes ago. It's not my fault you weren't paying attention.
No, that person was right there. My movements, I have a +1. Just the roll bonus?
Well,
No, your total movement. That's how many grids you can block. Like, my
7.
movement is
No.
18.
So it's a radius. You get a radius of 1. Anything passing adjacent to you, by default, even if you have 0 movement, you can intercept. If you have 5 movement bonus, then it's a radius of 2.
Okay, well...
You got a 10 movement bonus, then anything 3
I thought
grids
you
away.
said total movement, not movement bonus.
It's total movement divided by 5.
Yeah.
But my movement bonus is 9. My total movement is 18. There's a big
Okay.
difference there. That means
Then you
it's
get
either
4.
1 or 3.
Then
4.
you get a radius of 3.
Okay.
Wait, you round up, right? Oh, down. Sorry.
Yeah.
I get a 1. Wait. No, 2.
You start with 1, so you would get 2.
I'm a 7.
Mhm.
Yeah, so you'd be a 4.
Yeah, I would.
That's why I was saying round up, because you start with 1.
Yeah.
So yeah, you round up.
So that means I can actually intercept as well.
Roll a d20. You might not have to roll high. The ball gets over here. Well,
All three of
Here.
us?
whoever it passes through.
Well, if my grid is 4, I can block it as well. 16.
All right. You can stop the ball and roll reflex to kick it.
Okay.
Yeah, there are 2 rolls: fortitude to stop, and if your reflex is high enough, you can kick it
What if you want to
outside
catch
of
it?
your turn. Yep.
What's
What if you wanna
my
catch it?
reflex? +6.
If you want to catch it, that's the fortitude roll. You're catching it,
I got an 18 for my kick.
right? You have time to kick it right now. It's not even your turn. That's
I kick it to Sparkstorm.
all right.
Oh, so, okay. So you block it and pass it via kick to me.
Yep.
All right. You do that. Sparkstorm, you have the ball, and the
Hold
next.
To paint the picture, because I do want to paint a picture for our readers and our lovely viewers. Basically, the way I'm imagining this, I know you said it's based on movement, but I'm going to role play this as my air control and my manipulation of atoms, to where I just kind of like slowed the current and gently passed it, so that instead of going past them, it just kind of like lands in Sparkstorm's hands while I don't even move.
Alrighty. The ball, Joser runs up foolhardy to kick this ball right off the bat, and it kind of just wafts over to Sparkstorm.
I catch it.
All right. Next up is Zanoct, who tries to take it from you and kick it.
No, I say no.
Well, yeah, roll your fortitude modifier.
Oh, I gave myself a +1 in speech and not fortitude. Whoops. $18.
You manage to stop it. Since you are actively holding the ball, you don't actually get that reflex bonus. I'm only giving that to people who stop it once it gets past them.
But yeah, it makes sense.
Right.
Like, I already have it.
All right, and Ramsey's is up. He tries to continue making that pass.
Wait, wouldn't the ball be on me or next? Yeah. How is the situation with the ball in the grid?
So as long as you're adjacent to it, even diagonally, you can shoot it in any direction other than behind you.
Well, if he passed it to me, could it be in front of me instead?
Yeah.
So can you move it up? I can't move it.
Oh. Let me change that. There you go. Put it where you want.
No. I'm good.
Ramses was here. Can he do anything?
What is that middle circle, by the way?
That's where the ball will spawn once a goal is scored.
Okay.
He goes up and tries to shoot it into the force corner.
But aren't I holding it?
Yeah, he's trying to kick it out of your hold. So you roll fortitude again.
5.
He manages to do so, and it travels. This guy's going to try and stop it. He doesn't stop it. Travels 22 distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 12. Lieutenant Liberty tries to stop it.
How are we attempting to make a goal and it's not even our turn yet? I missed something.
No, he's attempting the goal.
Oh, okay.
He
You
kicked it
stole
out
the
of my
ball
hand.
from you. Gotcha.
No, he didn't steal it. I was holding it and he kicked it
Mm-hmm.
while I was holding it. I guess I was teeing it up for him.
He got a 22. Damn, that's really high. Yeah, it gets past.
I got a 15. The last roll is a 15. The first roll is a 22.
The 15 was Lieutenant Liberty trying to stop it.
What was the 14?
Okay. Yeah, what was the 14?
Oh, that was
That
someone
was
else
his
trying to
force
stop
soldier. That was his full force soldier trying to stop it.
Oh.
Oh, actually, Sparky could have tried to stop it too. I guess I'll have him roll too.
Sparky's got more movement than I do.
Sparky would have failed anyways. Everybody failed to stop this ball launched by Ramses.
Oh, look at that underdog pool shark.
Yeah, Ramses is he's not even good at this. And he scores the first goal right through like some pretty good players. So score 1 for the moderators. Fresh
What
balls.
about the radical hunk? He was right there. Why couldn't he try to stop it?
Oh, I didn't see him. He would have failed too.
Jesus. How does the radical hunk fail a fortitude check?
RNG.
because he hit a 22 right off the bat, and so everything that people are rolling to stop it was against the 22. Which I don't mean to interrupt your game or like tell you how to play your game, but an amendment would be like for every square it traveled, wouldn't you take a point off of the roll to beat? Because like
that would make sense, but that'd be hard to keep track of. That would make it more complicated for me.
not really. It moved 15 squares to get to the goal, and so she would have only had to beat a 22 minus 15, which is what, 7?
I suppose to offset that, like the power of the kick is also the distance it travels. So a lot of times you could kick it, it might not make it all the way there too. So it's also kind of important to be a bit closer to the goal.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like in a like regular like football, the goalie has a lot more time to intercept a ball kicked from a defender versus like someone who's right in front of them. Like, so kicking it from far away, even if you roll really high, like there'd be negatives to kicking from far away. But that's just a thought.
It's something that makes sense, but I'm gonna try and just do things this way for the rest of this particular match.
Well, you can change it up at halftime.
So new ball spawns. Sparky rushes up to get it. Modders are at +1 already, right off the bat. Sparky tries to launch it right into your guys' goal post.
What?
What do you mean, what? That's what he's trying to do.
The hell?
So I'm gonna need Sparkstorm.
17.
Sledgehammer. All right.
8.
Passes both of you. It matches Gun Show, so they both.
Gun Show didn't roll yet.
He rolled for Guncha.
Oh,
GM roll.
well, if Gun Show matched, he would have stopped it.
That goes to the roller.
Oh, right. I guess I didn't need to make those extra rolls. Yeah, so it gets past Gun Show. It was originally a 17. 17. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Sledgehammer Disco, you're up.
No, wait. Gun Show would have stopped it.
It was a tie between Sparky and Disco. I mean,
They were both technically rollers, so
Well, so like
I would go.
No,
it would
no,
be
no,
hard
no.
to do between two
No,
of
no,
these.
no. The Gun Show is rolling against Sparky's roll, and so
Yeah.
if Gun Show would have tied Sparky, Gun Show would win at that point because like Gun Show is like in the offensivist in that instance. No, am I thinking of that right?
That's a Canerva Spargan thingy. He's the better D&D player than we are.
Because
when two rollers,
basically what we're
when two rollers
doing is
are making rolls,
the roll to beat is 21. Like, basically, like, the kicker is setting the point, and you have to roll to beat that point. And so if someone rolls the same as the point, I don't know. That was my thought. But
yeah, Gifnargasplurgen, do you have any precedent for this? When two rollers are rolling against each other simultaneously, and they score
If
the same.
it's simultaneous and it's tied, it would be a reroll, but I would argue here that it's not quite simultaneous. Because the kicker rolls, that's your event. You could view that as the kicker setting the DC that the defenders need to defend against.
that's what I was arguing.
But that choice is up to you. You could have it where they both need to re-roll and see which one's higher.
I think I actually like the version where the defender gets preference. That almost mirrors the fact that the ball is a little bit weaker as it travels. Not quite the same mathematically as what Bork mentioned, but you know what? It's good for the defender, especially as the ball is traveling. So I'll say it stops at gun show.
Does he catch it? Or does he just stop?
He catches it and he rolls to make a shot with it. 8. That's not high enough to make a shot. All right, and then next up, Radical Hunk tries to steal the ball. Oh, he breaks it out of Gunshow's grasp. Sledgehammer Disco, you're up. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Sledgehammer Disco.
That is a
You stop the ball.
And then I guess I get to kick it.
Roll reflex. You have to be an 8. Or a 12. Yeah, it's a 12 you have to beat. Nope, you're just holding the ball. Force soldier.
That'll make things interesting.
1. Okay.
I should get some movement on the map. We've all been stuck in this green circle the entire time.
Maybe I should have made the map bigger so people aren't kicking it outside the green, kicking into the goalpost from the center.
That was my argument for, like, it loses strength for every square. Was that, like...
6. All right.
It would be hard to hit it, to shoot it from the middle.
This guy... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. This guy... Oh, he's right there. Ow. Didn't mean to move him. Oh. Where is he? There he is. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. For the purposes of this game, you can move past other players so long as your turn doesn't end on top of them. This guy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, back to Joser. All right. And then we're on to Zanat. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ramses. Oh, I got Ramses is not mixed up. Doesn't really matter. Sparky. Did I skip you guys?
You haven't got to us yet. You never added us to the turn order.
Fuck. Alright. Well, I gotta penalize myself now, since I basically gave everybody 2 full turns. You guys get 2 full turns.
Yeah, we really haven't done much besides defend here.
I didn't realize
My
who
bad.
he was moving, but I think you only overran by like whoever was in front of Sparky.
Well, I got back up to Cleopatra, which is basically 2 full turns without you guys doing anything.
All right, so now, yeah, so Cleopatra would start the second round. So if you move those 4 back, and then add us a turn.
Problem is, I don't remember where they were.
Well, how far did they move?
Their movement distance. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think he started there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You don't have to be exact. Yeah, that's about right.
6. Go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think it was there. This guy was way back here.
He would have went. Yeah, that one was fine. He's part of
This
the
guy.
Ravager guy.
Yeah, that's a Ravager. So, bring us up to Sparkstorm. Are you okay with starting first?
Well, I think it should be
Hold on.
kind of in position where the ball is.
Hold on.
I-
Can we be more like fluid as a team?
Yeah.
Like instead of like this person goes type of thing. Can like we move, get into position, and then if we didn't move our full distance and he passes the ball, we move after that.
Yeah. I actually like that. Yeah.
Since we are as a team. All right. I wanted to point to frequency and point like go to the side.
Like I
And-
did.
Well, I meant more directly to the side.
Pew,
No, like down.
pew,
Go back to where you were.
pew.
Now go straight down.
I was trying to be in the middle so he could pass it to me, and then I could pass it to you, and then you could take the shot.
But if you're around other people, they can block it. If you're out by yourself, they can't block it.
I was right here.
Yeah. What's your movement? 4?
My movement is 17.
Your blocking movement 4? You're within 4 of that
Yeah.
one person.
My blocking movement is 4, not his.
Do you know that for sure?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay, well,
I think the only one that has movement to match me is Sparky.
I see 4.
Yeah, meta-wise, Sparkstorm, divulging the information you've learned from the competitors, Sparky and Zanacht are the only really fast ones here. Joser and Radical Hunk are kind of fast. They have a radius of 2. They're more power strikers. The other competitors only have a radius of 1.
we're really
I'm gonna be completely blunt here. I have to poo, and it's gonna be a pretty big poo. So I'd like to get our turn done before I go poo.
All right.
You don't have to brag.
It's no, like my bellies are rumbling, and I really gotta go. So, do you want me down here? If so, I'll be down here. But I think it's farther for him to pass. I think being here would be better, and then having you go straight down, so I could pass you the ball and you could take the shot. You know what I mean?
if my movement's 7, can I move 7?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who am I shooting at? The people on the bottom?
The bottom.
Are diagonals 1 or 2? Or what?
It's a full 1. Same as movement. Shooting diagonally is going to be harder than shooting straight.
Alright. Then I'll go down here then. That's the extent of my movement.
All right, you guys.
So I would. That's still fine. I'd have him pass to me. Disco pass to me. I'll pass to you. You take the shot. I suggest Gun Dude pull back so that he can help defend the goal.
Wait. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna go up here. That way I have 2 options to shoot at.
Okay, gun show 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He has a movement of 7, and he does have a radius of 2 because of that energy drink. So he can assist in goalie duty if that's where you want him.
Yes.
I'd say one more
Why
to
are
the
you
left.
over there?
So, am I passing the frequency?
Yeah, I have the option of shooting at 2 different people if I'm here.
But you're also close to this guy who is actually speedy. That puts you in his block range.
So, 2, 3, 4.
Is that enough?
I'm not sure. I don't know his actual speed.
And then it's power to throw?
Yep. Power effect for kick strength. Just your saves, really. Oof. So,
A 10?
move that ball.
It's a pretty clear shot. I mean,
Oh no. The ball and I have become. There we go. Alright, so.
you have become one.
Right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
I still have extra movement, so if I can see that it's falling short, can I move to grab it?
No, you can draw it in with your intercept radius.
Sure. If I got an intercept radius of 4, that's fine.
You just have to get in the vicinity of him.
Yeah. So it's power effect to shoot, so my power effect is
Yep.
4.
And
I got a
then my
9.
remaining movement to get back to the middle of the goal.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And that gets to him, and that ends my usefulness. I'm going to the bathroom.
All right.
I'm going to put power shot top left or top right.
Top right.
I'm shooting at this guy. The guy on the bottom, on the south goal.
Oh, Cleopatra. Okay. Are you making that special shot you studied?
Not yet.
All right.
A 30.
She fails and it goes past her.
I would hope so.
A score for Team Gizmo.
It hits the back of the net, top right corner. Cleopatra dives, but didn't even stand a chance.
Nah, man, that ball went through the net. It is cubes now.
Some say that there's a hole in the back of the net from where that guy kicked.
Just imagine like this ball hitting the net and the net disintegrating into like pixels, like a bullet passing through glass or something in slow motion.
Ooh, I like that.
And as the ball travels towards the bleachers and the spectators, it vanishes right before it actually hits anybody. And the crowd's just, whoa!
I was hoping to give someone a souvenir.
That one guy oiled himself.
I have like one additional movement, so I was gonna go. Wait, back one, just to be
All right, I'm fine with.
a little clearer.
If you want to use excess movement to reposition after your actions, that's fine.
That's why I was asking earlier. Was if oh, that's 5 squares. Okay, then I can go up one more.
All right, and with that, another ball spawns.
Okay,
And-
it just settled in.
The Ravagers are up. We got Ravager Big Sword. Where is he? He's right over here. Okay. 2, 3. Sensing weakness from the moderators, he tries to take a shot into their goalpost. Oh, he gets a good shot. But it stops at Joser. Ravager Ninja tries to carry it on by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, he's got the movement for that. He sneaks around there. Tries to make the shot again. Ooh. 7. Does Joser defend? Easily. And... let's see. Actually, Joser didn't take his reflex shot for the last one. You'd have to roll pretty high for that, though. High enough to get that reflex shot. Alright. So he tries to take a reflex shot into Team Gizmo. And he makes a special Joser shot, too. 15. Does that make it? 1. Radical Hunk is right there. He tries to stop it.
Which one's Team Gizmo? Oh, ours.
You guys. All right, with disadvantage, because that's the Joser shot. Everybody's rolling disadvantage to stop it. Piles past Radical Hunk. Ooh, but Ravager Ninja manages to stop it. But he doesn't get his reflex shot. All right, then we're back to Ravager Gunner. You're actually on Joser. Second, I accidentally deleted somebody from turn order. Whoops. All right, and now we're back to these guys. Okay, so Nock tries to take a shot. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. Nobody manages to stop it. He takes aim, tries to shoot into Gizmo's corner.
Why are they all piling on us, man?
Just kind of happens that everybody's kind of like right here, and you're the only goalpost that doesn't have a bunch of players like on that side of the ball. So what did I roll? 19. All right. Sledgehammer Disco, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Gunshow's going to roll to stop it. He stops it.
You know,
and he gets a reflex shot. Where do you guys want him to aim it at?
Do we want him to shoot it?
He could just hold the ball.
I feel like his best bet would be to shoot it to frequency for the assist to the goal to the south.
Frequency, are you back?
Well,
No.
so if he would, here's a question though. God, if he hits it to frequency, can frequency shoot it right away?
Yeah, you guys get a reflex string. So if he shoots it to frequency, of course, frequency can stop it. It's a friendly shot. But if he rolls reflex higher than what the offensive shot originally was, he can shoot it again.
Could he also pass it again, and we just keep that going? Because
Yeah, you guys definitely can do that. You just have to continuously roll higher than whatever the offensive shooter originally rolled, which was a
Or
19.
he could shoot straight for the southern net. It's within range.
Keep in mind the roll to beat is 19.
even though he
Yeah,
is
but at least if it gets close to their net, it's not our problem anymore.
that's kind of what I was thinking. Also, I'm questioning, not in the fact, just as a thought, like, since he has possession of it, why would he have to roll above the 19?
I'm just considering it being like the momentum of the ball. Since you have the ball and you're taking the reflex shot, you never really had it. You're just diverting its momentum. So it's still going really fast.
But then why? Oh, okay. So it's constantly adding to it then, because if
In a
if he
way.
stopped it, wouldn't that just negate the original shot? That's just my thought on it.
That's one way of looking at it. For the sake of keeping things from being too easy from like just juggling shots reflexively, I'm maintaining the difficulty from measured from the original roll.
All right. And then if he doesn't roll higher than the 19, would it only go the distance that he rolled?
It would just stop at him.
Oh, it should be a free ball out in the middle of nowhere. Just saying.
Actually, yeah, we could do that. It could go right past him then.
I mean, if he's trying to shoot it, he hits it, and he doesn't put enough like reflex to actually hit a target like accurately, it would just like go out in a cone in that direction.
I could say it's a roll with advantage since it's a friendly roll that he's trying to beat.
Yeah, instead of passing it to frequency, because his power isn't all that high. So what's gun show's modifier, +4?
Well, +5 with the energy drink.
Yeah, I'm with Canerva Spring. He should just shoot it at the south net.
All right.
At the very least, it's going to end up near, closer to our guys than to anyone else.
Also, because frequency he would be within range to stop it if it's not going to make it there.
Right. So it's a 21. So since he has control, he can start it right around here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. Cleopatra has to roll to stop it. Uh, 22.
Ugh.
Well, she's not at our net.
True. It takes the heat off us.
So she stops it with an incredible roll of 22. Just barely beating it.
I mean, I'm okay with that because like she would stop the original shot too. But like,
all right, and that brings us back to Joser.
but I hope you know, Donnie, that my questions all spawn on the fact that this game seems very dynamic, and just relying on the one shot kind of, or the one target kind of, makes it seem more static. That's where I'm coming from. So all my questions are from a good place.
Yeah, I really feel it. When I reintroduce this game later, I will probably try to make it even more dynamic. Right now, for the sake of just like my processing, I'm sticking to what I wrote down.
No, that's fair.
All right. And we're at Joser. He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. He gets over here. Let's see. Cleopatra takes a shot.
The goalie's just shooting. Old move, Con.
Yeah. 17 to Joser, who tries to catch it. All right. He would have had advantage if he failed that because it's a friendly pass. So it gets to him. And he tries to roll a reflex to shoot that as well. Ooh. And he doesn't make the reflex. I'm not giving advantage for the reflex ones.
Oh. So does he have it then?
Yeah, he's got in his possession. So knocked is up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, he can't go that far. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He moves over here. 7. Moves over there. Ramses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. He moves over there. We are at Sparky. Bada bing, bada boom. Moves over here. Oh, nope, not you. Sparky moves over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Easily makes that. Sparky doesn't take it from his grip. Radical Hunk comes down. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Ooh. Not fast enough to get close to the ball. So he's going to settle for about right here. Nameless Force Soldier. Backs up, ready to defend his goal. Since he can't get anywhere near the ball. Lieutenant Liberty stays put. Sparkstorm, you are up.
All right. Who has it right now?
That is Joser. Joser is in possession of the ball. Sparky got up close trying to take it and failed.
Closest would be Frequency.
I mean, I was like 4 steps away.
Fair.
Frequency's not back yet.
I mean, I'm gonna go take it.
Frequency's having a Taco Bell experience.
I'm gonna take it and shoot it right away. Since we're down here, I might as well shoot it at Cleopatra's net.
Are you going to try and take a Joser shot? Or if you want to rename it a Sparkstorm shot or something?
You know, if the bar isn't selling Joser shots by the end of this game...
I mean, yeah, I'll try a Joser shot.
All right. Make your roll.
I have... Oh, I'm just rolling power, right?
Yep.
Oh, 15.
Keep in mind, everybody has to roll a plus 10 to stop it. Sparky's not going to make a roll to stop it. So not even on the right side of the ball, and he wasn't in his possession, so it's going to be Joser.
I say, yeah, I have to hit it out of his hands, so...
Ooh. Oh, disadvantage, right. So it doesn't even matter. He doesn't manage to stop the ball, so Cleopatra's going to have to roll really high to stop it.
I don't know, I only rolled a 15.
Ooh, that nat 20 would be nice, but that 7 drops it down to a 12.
Back of the net. Let's go.
Another score for Team Gizmo.
I'm just like running up and yeah. And then I assume I go back my position.
Nice. All right. And with that, things are a little different now. 2 balls spawn.
Oh, I thought it was just going to be on fire like NBA Jam.
We could only hope.
You're still your guys' turn. We got frequency, gun show, sledgehammer if he wants to venture away from from the net.
What are all of our scores so far? I think we're up to 2, right?
It's
You guys are at
2-1-0-0.
You only need 1 more point, and you'll have first place in this event. And moderators have 1 point. Everybody else is at 0.
I'd say in the effort of fairness and the fact that frequency is not back yet, he had to, halftime. He kind of had to. Halftime called early for him. I say we run it one more round, see what everyone else does, and then what do you say for Canary Spluggen?
Sure.
Just keep things going. Yeah, we can put frequency on the back burner.
Can you move him a little closer to the circle though?
All right.
Like
He's got enough movement to go wherever you guys want.
I'd say at the edge of the circle. No. Go down. Like I just want to make him a little closer to the edge.
Right.
To the left one more.
There.
Yeah, that way, like if people are taking pot shots, then.
All right. Do you want to move gun show at all, or have him stay on assist goalie duty?
I felt my soul leave my body.
Oh, you're back.
It was not pleasant.
I'd say Gunshow is good at assisting the goalie, especially with the star in the middle. Like he's in a good spot right there.
Okay. Frequency was right here, right?
Yeah.
We scored a second time. The views truly. I used the Joseph shot, back of the net.
You really studied the Joseph shot.
Yes, and it paid off.
Yeah, he bypassed the defense of 2 really high. They rolled really high, but they had disadvantage. So it didn't
One
matter.
rolled a net 20 with disadvantage. The goal.
Oh wow, that blows.
Okay.
All right, so
but I told we I don't know. You could make it there if you want to steal one, and then I'll move back to where I was, and we could end this. I'll just say run the next round.
yeah, there's a twist frequency. When Sparkstorm scored that last shot, 2 balls spawned this time, not 1.
I can see that. 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Well, yeah, I can make it there easy. The only problem is passing it to you. I will pass Ramses. So he will have a dodge, and my power effect ain't all that great.
Wait, hold on. I was here.
Well, you're in Sparky's territory, which I would rather go past Ramses than Sparky.
So okay. That's why, like, if you're not gonna run it to the next round, then I can move. You better assist. I don't have to shoot at Cleopatra. I could shoot at a different net. So I could actually go like here, if that is better.
Do we know this guy's block range from actually competing?
Well, since Sparkstorm spent all night studying, I'll just tell you. Sanoct has a block of 2. He's not good at blocking. He's good at making shots.
So we'll be fine. He won't be blocking this one.
So it's still just blocking Ramses, so that's fine. We'll go with that. Hopefully
Ramses has a block of 3.
Yeah,
well,
we couldn't get around him.
Couldn't get around him either way. Sweet! I got a 24.
All right. That's how far the ball is going and how far everybody in its way has to roll to stop it.
I'm just going to frequency or to Sparkstorm.
Oh.
So only person who can block would be Ramses.
He doesn't block it.
Then it's up to you to make the shot.
Can I shoot at the north net for fun?
The north net?
I'm feeling
Yeah.
myself here.
Yeah, you can try. These guys are right over here, but yeah, you can shoot north.
I mean, there's only one
That's
person in
a
my
huge
way.
shot. There's
Besides,
2 people in your way. This guy and this guy.
yeah, but how much is that? The radical hunk, or who's that?
No, this
It's
is
just a
Nameless
force
Force
soldier.
Soldier.
But you also got to make it freaking almost 30 grids. Can you even roll that high?
Well, like I said, I'm just making it interesting. I'm gonna do another check shot, or sorry, Joe's shot.
All
Joe's
right.
a shot. Joe's a shot. That's it. I am not shooting it anywhere.
Oof. All right.
It tumbles
Uh,
to like that person.
With disadvantage, it gets past the knocked.
It does. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe's your shot.
3, 4, 5. Okay, it's just floating right there. Then
All right.
Wait, you rolled. What did you roll?
Rolled a 9.
oh, 16.
16.
But that was a D10.
Yeah, you rolled a D10 plus 11, dude.
I mean, to be fair, the D20 might be lower, but
I'm sorry, I hit the wrong button. A 17.
Well,
hey, it was one better.
shit. I'll say we're in this mess now. We're going to continue.
Wait, I think a 17 just gets it to the corner of that net.
In fairness, like I still would have taken it. I just thought I saw the 5. I'm like, that's not above 12. Okay, sorry. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Well, 17 would put it on the goalie. 16, the goalie stops it. It lands right in front of the net.
I mean, in that case, they don't even have to roll defense.
Role playing wise, it's more funny if I shoot it and then like it just stops at the goal line.
Lieutenant Liberty lunges to stop the ball. I'll roll for her any just for shits and gigs.
She lands on the ground and then just rolls up to her as she's laying there.
She would have matched the shot, I think. But yeah, she lunges for it and tries to stop it, but it just stops right before it even touches her. She's just laying there on the ground looking like an idiot. All right.
She didn't know it was going to be that slow.
So at gun show, you guys like him where he is. He did save you guys from getting a point scored on your goal post, so that's I get it.
I mean,
baby girl.
he helped. We still had the
Disco.
sledgehammer back there.
You want to stay where you are?
Yeah.
All right. We got the
I gotta take
Ravagers.
the dog outside.
This guy, fresh ball spawns here.
You're ignoring me.
Wait, why would the fresh? She stopped.
You know, there are 2 balls now in play. Any ball makes us. Oh wait, that one didn't score. Right? Yeah, my bad. My bad. Stays where it is. This guy kicks the ball. Sorry, Man Bear, I'm not ignoring you. So you're gonna
Yes,
take
you
the
are.
dog outside.
Well, for me to take her outside, I might as well have a cigarette, in which case I might as well end my night. So let's do what we're doing.
Put me in, coach, one more time, and I got this.
Okay.
One more round?
Yeah.
All right. Okay. Ravager Big Sword comes up to the ball, tries to kick it. To these guys' net, 21. It's a good roll. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sanok tries to stop it. Doesn't stop it. 1 or 5. Well, I mean, who am I kidding? It gets all the way to the goal. It's 21. And the Ravager goalie tries to stop it. You can see he does something weird. He shoots a beam of light out from his hands, but misses it widely. You've never seen a Ravager do this, but it doesn't work, so it doesn't matter. And the Ravagers score a point. Oh wait, fucking dumbass! He rolled it into his own team's goalpost. You can't do that.
They lose a point then, right?
Yeah. No, just nothing happens. He's not supposed to try and do that. I was just losing track of who was shooting and who was goalieing.
There's a back pass. He's passed it to the goalie.
Sure. The goalie catches it. Oh, I'll say the goalie catches it, and he just looks confused. Why would he do this?
Well, because whoever's our goalie on the north is busy. What are the chances she can handle 2 balls?
Hopefully pretty well.
Yeah.
I heard it as I said it.
I said it as I thought it.
All right. Ravager goalie is confused. The other Ravagers.
Wouldn't he get a reflexive shot or pass back to the middle?
You're right. He would.
Just how we're playing.
He does get it. $23. One. Moving the wrong thing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. God damn it. I'm going to say since that was a reflexive shot, he couldn't move. So the ball stops there. You can see he kind of like hits the ball with kind of like a energy infused kind of kick. And it gets pretty far, but it stops in the middle of the field. Joser, where are you? He runs up. Boom, 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 boom. He doesn't need to go that far. He's got enough movement for that. Makes a Joser shot. Oh, back in the Ravagers goalpost. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. It makes it. Ravager goalie has a stop it. Yeah, that was a nat 20 plus 6. 26.
Hot
Can
damn.
it be stopped? No, the Ravager goalie again with the ridiculous modifier for a Ravager fails to stop the ball, and it makes it right past his goal. +2 for the moderators. That Joser shot.
I don't think I would have. Movement of 2. Would I have been able to? If I'm going to the corner, if I'm going to him to here.
Yeah, I'd say actually.
Well, him to him,
Well,
it would, but it depends on where you shot it to.
I'm going to say it made it right here. It would have had to go past here.
Not that
So
it's
roll
going to
it.
do anything, but
Roll your
Yeah, you
defense
got to roll in that 20 with your fortitude bonus.
a 9,
with disadvantage.
a 6. I'm just trying to get the bad rolls out of the way.
Yeah. So moderators are +2. You're +2. Force and Ravagers are +0. Ball respawns at center. Oof. All right, Cleopatra does not move. She's goalie. Sanakt moves. 2, 4, 5. Makes a shot. Ooh. Ooh, really bad roll. Yeah. Ravager Big Sword manages to catch the ball, humiliating the shot specialist of the moderators, and makes reflexive shot towards. Well, it looks like the Ravagers. Well, he's not going to shoot his goal post. I already accidentally did that once. He's going to try and shoot in your guys' goal post.
He's gonna have to get it past.
He's gonna have to pass me. It's fortitude to stop it, right?
Yep, and he's just getting all the good rolls.
I
One
only
to
got
stop, one to reflex, one to strike. All right. You don't stop it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yep. Okay, Gun Show tries to stop it.
Excuse me.
Bless you.
I said excuse me.
Yeah,
Gun Show does not stop
I
it.
said bless you.
Sledgehammer Disco, can you beat a 22?
I hope
Excuse
so.
me, kid.
I can't.
23 for the win.
You stop the ball. Roll reflex.
Alrighty.
Does he have the choice
Oh, these
to?
ones that aren't good.
I said, does he have
Yeah.
the choice to just hold it until our turn? Because no one's near him, and then we could
Yeah,
get
you
in
can-
position.
He can do that. Reflex is just to give him the opportunity to reflex shot it.
Oh, so he just doesn't
Oh, okay.
have the.
Instead, can I hand it to Gun Show? I don't know what his what's his power?
I think it's plus 4
His power is +5
or 5.
because
Yeah,
of
he's
the
a better
energy.
shooter than me.
When it gets to your guys' turn, you can do that. For now, you're just holding.
Alright.
Right. Ramses is up. He repositions. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, you can't move that far. Radical Hunk. 1, 2. Yeah, you can't really do anything. 4, 5, 6, 7. Don't know. Maybe that's a good spot for him. And Nameless Force Soldier. He spreads out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Alright, now we're getting somewhere with this game. Everyone's all spread out now.
Liberty. Lieutenant Liberty takes a shot. Not her forte, but she's going to try anyway. Ooh. +7. She lines up to kick the ball and almost tumbles on the grass as she wafts it with her foot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'll say it lands about there. All right, Sparkstorm. Actually, Team Gizmo, you're up. You're free to work out how you guys divvy out action order for your entire team.
Throwing this out there. Frequency, can you get to that ball that she just wafted?
6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Yep.
Because if you can get there, I can get closer to you, and then the Ravagers are right there. I can blast this guy into the face.
He's got a +10 modifier, man. But I'll leave it to you.
I mean, I'm all open to ideas here. I'm spitballing, like. Otherwise, the gun show can pass it to you, but
Well, if I can get here, I've got a +5 on my power right now. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. I would have to roll 6 or higher to get to you from here.
Well, I mean, I can be. Shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I can get up to here.
Well, then I'd just have to roll a 1.
So if I miss my first shot, Gun Show can pass you the ball that Nervous or Sledgehammer has, and we can go 2 shots in 1 turn.
Sure. Well, I rolled an 18, so you get it.
I'm gonna shoot. I'm gonna tweak the Joseph shot. I feel like I've studied it enough, and I tried it. I succeeded with it. I want to add a charge to it to make the goal. If the goalie blocks this one, he gets like a -3 to his next block. A temporary minus something to fortitude. Might not be like 2 or 3. Not too high.
All right, we can try that.
That's if he blocks the shot.
Make your shot.
We could call it the Sparky shot or the Spark shot. A 24.
Oh, he got disadvantage, so he couldn't roll higher than this anyways. And he fails. It gets right past him. He shoots a beam of light at it and misses widely. And you guys scored your 3rd and final point. You guys got 1st place in Cyberball.
The ball rockets off my foot, and as it's flying, there's like an electric trail behind it. After a cool, like, backflip, whatever, blah blah blah, whatever the Joser is, but it doesn't look quite right like the Joser. I kick it, and there's a trail flying through it. He tries to block with his electric beam. He goes right past it, hits the back of the net, ends up making contact with the frame, and the entire front of the net as a big celebratory goal just becomes a spiderweb of charge that just pops, kind of making everyone jump out of their seat.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. That's exactly what happened.
I put my hands up in the air and I run around like normal football players.
Guys, get off the field, the referee says. You win. Let the other teams finish their match.
Okay. And then I make my way to our goal.
I guess I do as well.
They're not gonna be our goal. I'm assuming would not be there anymore.
No, it's
because it would be
eliminated. Yep. If you guys want to spectate and watch how the rest goes, we can role play that, or we can pick this up next week.
I mean, I'm good for like another 10 minutes of RP.
All right. So, as the game progresses, you guys sit down and watch. Do you guys just sit down and watch?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I'm gonna be a bit of a dickhead. Anytime people try to score on the moderators, I want to use my air control to just kind of like make it harder to score on them. But anytime they try to score on the Ravagers, I want to do the opposite, make the air control so that it's easier to score on them. Just fuck around tricks, nothing major, just a little bit here and there just to play around.
Right. Well, before you do that, Frequency, I also want you to roll a perception check. You too, Sparkstorm.
Just us two?
I guess Disco just isn't very perceptive.
You got that right.
Where's perception check?
Disco, there's a reason I excluded you from the perception check.
I don't know. Oh, there it is. +7.
A
His
13.
bonus is 7 higher than mine. That's the only reason I need.
25.
Frequency, you recognize that the ability of that Ravager goalie is exactly like Villain. It's a beam of light.
But Villain in this universe is all kind of crazy and teleports around and steals shit.
Doesn't make sense, does it?
Oh, no, it does not. I am curious. I will have to meet this Ravager. But anyway, I'm gonna keep doing what I want to do anyway. I'm gonna fuck with him. But I do want to meet with this guy.
Gives you even more reason to.
Yeah. Well, no, I like Villain. I'm trying to save Villain.
Hey, just mess with him.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah, so I'm messing around. I'm just fucking air pockets here and there, just fucking with people.
Shouldn't be too long.
Okay,
It's
as the game goes
2-0-0. Sorry, what?
As the game goes on, frequency roll your D20 plus power modifier. This is mostly what you're using to this effect.
13.
Yeah, you're able to sway things a bit. Okay. You managed to stop a goal from getting into the Ravager's quarter from, the Moderator's quarter from Force. So Force has not managed to get that point. Force fails to get another point as the Moderators get another score. Again, Force lands in third place for the third match in a row. Moderators get second place for the third match in a row. Joser lands his Joser shot and gets right past Lieutenant Liberty. She hangs her head in shame as her team leaves. Actually, her team's still the only one left.
Really? Force
Yeah.
lost? Ah, nice.
Yeah, Force lost again.
Well, it's them and Ravagers playing for third, right?
Yep.
Yeah, I was going to say, they got third in my run.
It's just crazy because Force has some really good modifiers.
Dude, if you... I legit believe if you hadn't canceled it at one round, I'd have lost to Sparky. Because his movement modifier is fucking insane.
He is the dog.
They all got really good modifiers. In fact, Hunk even has some hacks in this match. His modifiers are getting higher as people score goals. But that's not quite enough. Right now, his stats are higher than Joser. Doesn't matter. Just Force and Ravagers now. Yeah, you can see Hunk, the Radical Hunk has quite the glow around him, and Sparky is really fast. He can basically go wherever he wants on the field. So, let's just make some rolls. The Ravagers managed to score a goal. Okay, after a string of shots, all the Ravagers on the field kind of like aren't really that good. They're not that good. The Force players are kind of like playing around them. They keep trying to shoot goals, and the goalie for the Ravager is actually really damn good. His modifier is +10, and he stops them time after time. Ravager gets lucky while Force is on the offensive, digs a point into the goalpost, giving the Ravagers a point over Force. Simply because their defense is so good that it's distracting Force into going all offense. Force manages to score a goal. Now they're tied. See, Radical Hunk is glowing harder. That blue glow around him is almost turning red. It's like a blue with hints of red highlights around him. Radical Hunk is getting more fired up, and he is darting across the battlefield.
Is he wearing a special mood ring?
Yeah, I don't. His abilities are based on how he feels at the moment, but yeah, it's definitely giving off a visual appearance based on how he feels. And slash 2d20 plus 5. Ravagers score a goal. Force scores a goal. It's 2 and 2.
Ooh.
The Ravagers actually get first place. Third place this time. While Radical Hunk is going all in, trying to spike the ball past the Ravager goalie. He gets that. He almost gets that point, but the second ball on the field gets right past Lieutenant Liberty while the Hunk's distracted.
He's about to line up his shot, and it just vaporizes in front of him as the other ball goes in the net.
Exactly. He was so focused on what was in front of him, he completely forgot about the other ball on the field. The Ravagers get third place. Force gets last for the first time in the tournament.
Wow. Good job, guys. I say to my team.
I mean, yeah. Drinks on me.
I don't know what we do without you, Sledgehammer. You stopped some wild goals in the beginning.
No one's getting balls past me.
Actually, you did a great job on defense.
I would hope so. With a +8, I would hope so.
I'm okay calling it there because I have to take the dog out and go to the bathroom myself.
Yeah,
All
I
right.
gotta take my dog out too. She's back here whining at me.
All right. I feel like we covered a lot. That was a great mini game. And to all the viewers out there tuning into Powerless, see you next Friday to find out what happens next time on Powerless.
Woo!
Somebody's watching me.
All right.
All right, guys.
I'll talk to you guys later.
All right. See you guys later.
I don't know if you guys will still be on, but I'll be back in like 15 minutes.
I will not be.
I guess I'll tune back in. I'm going to use the bathroom and get another drink.
All right.
I'll be hanging for a bit.
Adios.
Good night. Good night. Oh, okay.
All right.
Night.
Night.
All right. BRB.
Right.
All right.
Hey,
Oh. But yeah, no, that was fun.
that was. I'm glad.
Uh, yeah, the only thing that I mean, it's more work, but like as improvements, like the only thing I would really change would be the fact that forcing people to like the whole thing with the like the roll to beat for the roll to beat would drop by one for every square it passed, would just make it to encourage people to like get closer to the goal. Um, and so then I think people would be like more spread out and more prone to passing versus just like, oh, I got the ball, I'm gonna shoot it. I got the ball, I'm gonna shoot it. So then it's like more like it's more advantageous to have people spread out. So like, oh, I'm gonna pass it to this person. I only have to dodge one person, and then they're gonna shoot it type, or then they could pass, then they could shoot type of thing. And then along with that, if you had like the roll to beat change by whoever releases the ball is the best way of saying it. Like whoever's passing or shooting, they're the ones who set the like DC. That's the way I was thinking about it, and it would just like that would constantly be changing by whoever has the ball. But like, yeah, those are my only pointers for the game, really.
Yeah, I would probably. I do like the dynamic aspect of it becoming easier to stop if it's traveled really far from its origin. I'd probably make it like -1 per 2 grids traveled.
Yeah, I mean that works.
It's -1 for every grid. It'd be really easy to stop.
I mean, isn't that kind of the point? Like even in football, like you don't have a lot of like high scoring games that often.
Yeah, I guess it really depends. Like, if I want a mini game to be like something like a big focus, and we could spend multiple days on one match, maybe I wouldn't mind. There is a reason I made it so that like each team only needed to score 3 goals to win, because I did want this to be a 1 session mini game.
Yeah.
But if I wanted this to be like a bigger focus, I could tune the numbers that way. I'd be okay with that. It would prolong matches and give more advantage to players strategizing and positioning. It would make things more dynamic. It would make things take longer too.
True. I mean, unless like, because the one goal that Frequency and I scored was, I think I rolled a 30. Because I rolled 19 with and then my modifier. I was only like 5-6 squares away, so like the goalie still would have had to be at 24.
Yeah, and also like
And that was a good
I'm
pass
well
play.
aware the way I set up like modifiers and stuff. You guys have very distinct strengths. Like your power rating is really high. +10's really really good. Sledgehammer's got a +8. Fortitude. Your other modifiers aren't nearly there. I'm aware that things aren't balanced, and I'm okay with you getting really high rolls.
That reminds me, I need to change his back.
And I was glad you guys strategized and was more fluid with the team turn order stuff. I didn't think about it until you guys brought it up, but it made a lot of sense. And I really like that. I was juggling 3 teams, so there was probably a lot of opportunities for certain strategies that I overlooked.
Oh, that's fair. I mean, it would be a lot better like if we each had our own team.
Yeah.
That's one thing. So we only have to
Yeah.
focus on avoiding each other.
If this mini game ever resurges, I would just make it one team on one team. I did kind of like the free for all aspect. It was really hard juggling so many players.
I mean, we've had this conversation before. Anytime you want to bring Blitzball in, like I loved Blitzball. Like I want to say I didn't quite understand it the first time I played Final Fantasy X, but then again I was like 8, no, something like that. Like you guys were like in your teens. I was only like 8.
I didn't understand it either when I was a kid. In fact, I had to go online to like a website. GameFAQs was the big website at the time.
Game FAQs. Yep.
Yep. And I'd be like, what am I even doing? Just look up a guide. What do I do? I can't wrap my head around this.
Yeah, so like when I played 10, when I was at that point, I was super young, so I didn't really understand. And then I played 10 again when like I was like 16, 17ish. Or maybe it was right after I graduated. I think I was that's when the remastered came out. So I played it. I bought the remastered where it came with 10 and 10-2 combo on like the PlayStation Store. And I played it again at that point, and I absolutely love Blitzball. So I played a whole like literally because you get to Luca Stadium and then or Luca, and then you play Blitzball. I literally just sat there and grinded Blitzball for like hours. And then I'm like, wait, how do I get better? How do I get teammates? And then you learn that like and then I went on like game FAQs or whatever, and found out that like the Kilika Beast, which is like your Besaid Aurochs, Kilika is the next town you go to. Like all the Kilika Beasts, they're really weak to start, but they
got
like
high growth rates.
Huh?
High growth rates.
Yeah. Like except the goalie. The goalie's Abed. Always the Ahmed goalie. Abed goalie. He's the best one. But all the other ones like they kind of suck in the beginning, but you gotta grind them through, and then
the
spike. Albed, yeah. I forget it's AL-BED. I always want a New Game Plus that after because like you can unlock all the stuff in the first playthrough, and then you do New Game Plus, and then you can actually see what they're saying from the very beginning, because that's a cool aspect that games don't really take advantage of. Because like the first time you play it, you don't have any of the dictionaries, and so they're just speaking gibberish, and even the voice actors, like
I forgot learning the Albed language is a whole mechanic. I completely forgot that was a thing.
Even if you got like half of it, most of them, like you'd be like it fills in. So by the end, like you'd be able to figure it out. But yeah, finding all the dictionaries for those. There's a New Game Plus where you can like, I forget what's all involved in it, but like you can bring the Albed volumes back, and so because like you're I think in the very beginning you're playing and with Riku.
Yeah, she's
covered
going through like a treasure.
Yeah, you're like treasure hunting, and like you're with Riku. She's got her gear on or whatever, and then after that, like you end up at Besaid, and then you find her like 3/4 of the way through, and she takes her stuff off or whatever. But like she's speaking to you in Albed in the very beginning. You have no idea what she's saying.
God. Yeah, that game was FF10 is one of my favorites. I haven't played that in so long. I forgot so much shit. I was never that good at the Blitzball minigame, though. I never really fully grasped it. Like you said, I grinded because I was a completionist. I wanted to get everything. And I got better, but I don't think I really understand like the full grasp of everything. My team was doing better. I was winning matches. I didn't really understand how all the calculations were working and what was going on.
That stuff wasn't too difficult. It's basically like you have to know, like everyone ends up getting the tech learn skill. And you just have to figure out like which techs are better in offense and defense, and then apply them that way. It's mainly the fact is like they introduce blitzball to you and they want you to play it, and you can play it like so often to get like Titus leveled up a little bit. Well, I mean, they do want you to play it because that's how you get Titus's. No, that's how you get Waka's.
His ultimate weapon
was a special blitzball. But what you really want to do, so like when I played in the remaster, like I spent hours right after Luca because you can play blitzball just by going to like a safe spot. Right afterwards, I played like hours. Then I looked up the guide and found out Kilika Beasts, like they're called the Beast for a reason. And what you, yeah. Oh, she's yelling at the dog. What you're supposed to do is you have to go all the way to the end. Is like right before you go to Xanakin, you have to go back to. That's when you get your ship and you can go to anyone because up until that point it's like linear. And then once you get to that point, you get Sid's ship, I think, and you can fly around to whatever. Or I mean, you can go just anywhere at that point. It's like free range, and that's when you can go back and get the Kilika Beast. And if you don't grind Blitzball before that, you can actually get them cheap. Otherwise, you have to pay a lot of money for them because like whatever level they are and their stats, that's how much like they cost to like higher, and you have to pay that like per game. But like if you get them early, the cost per game goes up a lot less than like their wage doesn't go up or whatever, however that works. But like they're just a lot cheaper to like convince to be on your team. And then once you get them to like level 60 or whatever, and then you just overpower the competition.
It is interesting. It's really cool how like that game had a lot of challenges, but there were ways to just work around and circumvent it if you really just wanted to overpower them. Like, I think the biggest one that comes to mind is one of the summons. You just pay him, and depending on how much you pay him, that's how much damage he deals. And you can one-shot super bosses.
Oh, man.
Yojimbo.
Yeah.
That was his name. It was just crazy. Like, if you were the kind of player who would just grind for hours for money, and you didn't want to, like, learn strategies or anything, you just summon Yojimbo at the start of a boss fight and have him kill the boss.
Man, I missed that era of gaming. Because, like, games came out complete. I mean, there were some bugs or whatever, but they weren't, like, patches or whatever. And, like, yeah, so the second time I was playing it more of a completionist style. So, like, I got all the ultimate weapons and stuff. I went through the final boss, and, like, it was 5 minutes max. Because once you get the ultimate weapons, like, everyone's skill trees are maxed out. Or basically, like, you're going into other people's skill trees at that point. And then all their ultimate weapons have the ability, whatever the you can surpass the damage limit.
Yeah.
And so, like, I'm sitting there with Waka, and instead of, like, I think the damage limit's like 9959s or whatever, and I'm doing like a mil per hit.
Yeah, it's 4 nines. It's 9,999.
Okay, it is 4 nines. It's so 10
caps up one digit. I think the funniest thing with the combat system in that game is I got really overconfident because I was fighting the final boss. And I'm not talking about like you Yevon. I'm talking like Jekt.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
The actual fight. And I'm like, okay, I'm ready to bully Jekt around with my overpowered team. But I want to make this interesting, so I cast all the buffs on Jekt. I cast Brave, I cast haste on him. I cast all the buffs on him before his turn comes up because I got like 4 turns per character. And I don't know if buffs are just stronger on him than they are on my player, but his next round he had like 12 actions.
No.
And he wiped my team in 1 turn. I'm just sitting there like, yeah, keep hitting me, Jack. And he starts killing me. I'm like, yeah, keep on hitting me, Jack. Oh shit, maybe slow down, Jack.
That was always one thing that, in most of the Final Fantasies, just of how like the calculations worked in the background. When I was always terrified of confusion in the late game because of how like you could always see your attack and your defense of you. In like most of the Final Fantasies, you can see your party's attack and defense. You never saw how it applied, like, and you saw the damage you were doing, but you never saw what their damage, like their defense was. And all of a sudden, it just takes one confusion, cast down the person, they attack their teammate, and you one-shot your party member. And it was just like the worst, because all of a sudden I get a confusion, and then 2 turns later, before they break out of it, 2 of my party members are down.
That is part of the magic of old school like RPGs, like Final Fantasy in particular, with like how buffs and everything worked, and the jankiness of it almost made it feel more whimsical. Because things could happen mid-battle that just were like completely like unexpected. Like Tonberries wiping your like max level party in Final Fantasy VII.
Oh god. Is that the one with that could insta kill?
Yeah.
The one little green guy that just walks around with a little knife.
Completely dependent on the player level, the party level. It's all about numbers, and as a player, if you don't know that, it feels really random and out of left field when it happens.
I know he's done that to me before, but do you know the reason behind it or what?
I forget the exact numbers. I think it's if your level is an odd number or if it's divisible by, I want to say 7. It's either that or if it's an odd number, he has a chance to instantly kill whoever he attacks.
And that's your party level, so you add up all your party members to levels type of thing?
Yeah, so if everybody's like 999 across the board, like he can just kill you guys instantly. So having a max level party could actually be a detriment in a random Tonberry encounter.
Yeah. That shit's fun. I remembered where I stopped for the first Final Fantasy X, or when I first played it. It was what? Kilmari, whatever mountain that they're on.
Yeah, Ronso is the Ronso Tribe Mountain.
Yes, that's it. And you fight whoever's taking over as like Guardian or whatever that guy's name. He's a very creepy dude. He's the summoner.
Guado.
Yes.
Mr. Seymour Guado.
Yes. When you fight him, and he has that little floater guy behind him, who kept casting undead on your party. I think it was. So you couldn't actually heal yourself.
That fight was a pain in the ass. I think that was the hardest encounter in the game for me. Well, no, there was another one.
But like that's the one that I got stuck at when I was young. And then when I played it again, I knew that was coming up. And then with my, I'm 10 years older, so I have more thought process. I'm like, oh, wait, I know how to do this. And then I think I just casted like the opposite of heal, and I end up healing my party or whatever. However it worked out. like I think I cast a reflect on Seymour. I think that's how you do it. Because then he casts undead on your teammate. Yeah, oh no, that's what it was. He would cast undead on the little floater guy would cast undead on you, and then Seymour would cast Kiraga on your party. And so your entire party ends up becoming undead, and then Seymour would cast Kiraga. And so I figured out that like I think I ended up just like casting reflect on myself on all my parties, and then like I just used potions to heal, and like it became super easy. Well, it wasn't super easy. It was I had to play it in the right sequence, but it was that's kind of what I remember is like I remember they cast like you became an undead, and then Seymour would cast Kiraga to kill you because that's zombies.
That fight was also, if I remember correctly, the first time you see boss who can just dismiss your summons, right?
Yes.
So that was brilliant. Like I remember getting into there being like, "Oh yeah, I always just let my summons do all the fighting for me, keep my party nice and safe." And he's just like, "Yeah, go away." I'm like, "Oh shit."
Yeah, because he was a summoner as well.
Yeah.
I think
So that was.
You could get one attack off or something, but as soon as it was his turn, he would dismiss it. And then it's like, okay.
I thought that was brilliant. I'm just like, oh my gosh.
I want to go back and play a lot of the games.
I would say I would actually recommend Final Fantasy IV because this conversation makes me think of Final Fantasy IV. There is so the older Final Fantasies, they have this trope of there being like a big bad and like his major henchmen.
Mm-hmm.
Final Fantasy IV has the big bad and the four fiends, and one of them is kind of like a Grave Lord Necromancer type guy, and the big strategy there is to cast healing spells on him. And the fight's actually really easy if you just try healing the boss, but he's actually pretty strong if you don't do that.
I know on my Vita, that's like, its strength level is it's probably equal to a PS3. Like the Vita is way ahead of its time.
Vita was an impressive system. It was just not handled correctly.
Yeah.
As far as releasing games go.
But I found out a way. I jailbroke it. And because they were like, you used to have to connect it to your PC and do a bunch of stuff to do it. And since like they stopped supporting the Vita for like the last 10 years, to jailbreak it now, you literally just have to go. You can do everything from the Vita. You like the PlayStation Store doesn't even work on the Vita anymore. So basically, you just go into the browser, you download a package from this website, and then you install that, and then it grabs what it needs, and then like you install a couple things, and you do it entirely over the browser now. So you don't even have to plug into your computer to jailbreak it. But what's nice is like if you have the Vita, you can install like there's a app on that you can get for the computer that you plug your Vita into the computer, and it's the transfer app. So you can download games on your PC, like old Vita games that people have like packaged up, and just like there's this site that I found that like it's just community like kept up and moderated. That's just a database of Vita games, and you can actually like get the games, and most of the times like there's save files in there where people like beat the game like 100% it through the save file in there, and so you can grab it, download that, plug it in, and then just restart the game or restart and play from the beginning. And so like you can play, since all those games were on the PlayStation Store for the Vita, like Vita and PS3 time. Like all these are available. So like if I want to play any of those, I can just take them off, download them, upload them to Vita, and they're fucking tiny. I upgraded them. Like you still can buy PlayStation Vita memory cards. I bought like a 64 gig or a 128 gig or whatever. It can hold like 2,000 PS1 games.
Jeez,
Because
that's
PlayStation 1 games were on a CD. Like
yeah.
they were small, and so you're looking at like half a gig, maybe
How
at
much,
the
how much
max.
does that measure up to PS2 games?
Hold on. All right. A CD-ROM. This is a CDR. It can hold 700 megabytes of data. A Blu-ray can hold 4.7 gigabytes of data.
Wait, okay, megabytes and gigabytes.
It's 1,024 megabytes per gigabyte.
Okay, that's big. Big difference.
But if you think about it, like, okay, so 7 times 14. 7 CD-ROMs would fit into 2 Blu-ray discs. So 7 PlayStation 1 games, if they're full, would fit into 2. Oh, no. PS2 was this size as well. Blu-ray didn't come to the PS3.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So PlayStation
Blu-ray
games were only 7. Well, it depends. There is such thing as dual layering, so they might be 1.4 gigs. So basically, I don't know if it works for CD-ROMs. Basically, like this at the top of the CD, and you put one layer of information here, and then one layer of information on top of it, and however it works, like you end up having 2 layers worth, so you can fit twice as much. But still, like when you talk about like you have a 128 gigabyte memory card or 256, you're looking at least like 70 games on that.
That's still pretty impressive.
I mean, if you're talking like PS3 games, you're still talking what, 20?
That's decent. I think 70 games for the PS2, 1,000 for the PS1. That's still really good.
Yeah, I mean it's probably more like 100 games for PS1, but yeah, no, it's so like the main thing is I think the only thing with my Vita is the battery's bad because I got a new charge cable because that one it started like break off, and I do have the original series one because like I bought it off who was my neighbor, my friend who was my neighbor, and he had the original PS Vita. Like he got it right away. That one had the proprietary port on it, so I had to get that. It's this plug that's like this long. It's not like a micro USB one. But I saw someone, they modded their PS Vita with a USB-C plug. just so that like it's more compatible for like everything else that they have. And like so I think I just I can, I mean you can go online and buy the battery pack that goes in there. I think I just need to replace that because I think I played it like just sat there with it charged for like charging for too long, and it just killed the battery after years. And plus, like I said, my neighbor I'm pretty sure the battery's just so old that they're about to die. So there's a tutorial on how to replace that, which is seriously, it's so easy to mod and stuff like that. But yeah, I kind of really want to like get a bunch of those games and just throw them on there, and because that's usually what I use when I'm like on a plane. I either grab my Kindle and I'll read it for a bit, or I'll grab my Vita because like you can't pass this up. This is the Vita, and this is my phone. The Vita is as big as my phone. And like I can't remember if it's got an OLED screen, but like the screen is like, I mean, it's comparable to my phone screen for the Vita coming out in.
I never had a Vita. I had a PSP, and I thought that console was really fucking amazing.
Oh, it was.
And it wasn't nearly as powerful as PS Vita.
A lot of people, like it's got like a cult following, but a lot of people said that like their PSP, like even that like they might have got the Vita, but they prefer the PSP. Yeah, I don't know. The Sony had they did real great work with their portables. They just didn't provide the like marketing to like compete with Nintendo.
I feel like they had to be it because the library wasn't bad.
No, it wasn't. And one of the big selling points is you could remote play your Vita off your PS3 or your PS4. Like, it came out after the PS3 came out. Like, quite a bit after. But it was powerful enough at the time that when the PS4 came out, it had, like, because they had the remote play feature for your PS3, where, like, I think if you just had your PS3, like, on, but in standby, you could connect to it, like, at your friend's house. Just connect back to your PS3 and play a game that's on your PS3 on your Vita. It didn't have to be installed on your Vita.
Shit, could you do that vice versa? Play the PS Vita on a PS3?
I don't think so. Or it was the same, or you had to be in the same house, but it provided that like niche where like, oh, we had like our house, like I don't have a TV in my bedroom. Like you're a kid, I don't have a TV in my bedroom. So my PS3 is on in the living room. My parents are watching TV. I'll remote play from my Vita and just go to my bedroom. So you're playing your game, or like your parents are using the TV. You could be in the living room too, and like you could play. And then it's powerful enough. I mean, the graphics were like toned down or whatever to be on that screen, but like you could do the same thing with the PS4. You could have your PS4, especially because the PS4 like by default it didn't shut down all the way. It just went to power save mode. You could just like link into like open up PS4 link, connect to it because of that, and it would like spin up, and then you could just play games off your Vita. It's basically like streaming the games to you. It wouldn't work for like COD stuff that latency matters, but like if you're playing RPG, good.
Man, yeah, that was a good, really amazing. I think the thing that really made it was so amazing, like you said, the size. It's a handheld, and it was small. It was small. Like I play the Switch. I play a lot, and that thing is huge for a handheld. I couldn't imagine just taking it like on a train or just carrying it in a pocket. It wouldn't fit in my pocket.
Yeah, I mean, the Switch is technically a handheld, but Nintendo kind of they always had their at-home game system and their mobile system, and I think that they toyed with it with the Wii U, where like you actually had like the player thing, and they just said screw that. Instead of making two separate ones, we're just gonna go solely into one system that can do both.
Yeah, I can only ever play the Switch as a home console. Just imagining playing it as a portable, it feels grating. It just feels forced. It's too big.
Also,
Um,
the screen on the Switch is only 30 frames per second.
yeah,
Versus if you have it on the dock, you can play games at 60 frames a second. It's 60
yeah, and
FPS.
they got a Switch 2 coming out that's even a little bit bigger. I don't know if you saw the announcement for that.
No, I didn't. I'm all PC, man, at this point.
I am looking forward to the Switch 2 just because I grew up on Nintendo. If they have more Legend of Zelda, more Metroid, more of the fucking old school nostalgia shit to hook me, I'll probably bite. But mostly Smash Brothers.
Yeah.
If they release a new Smash Brothers, that's going to be the console seller for me. That could be the only freaking game for the system, and I would buy it.
I mean, that's fair. Smash is a big one. Yeah. Yeah. No,
Yeah, all this.
I was talking to my buddy about the Vita. I think the last time we had this conversation, I jumped in a chat and apparently like so PlayStation released it's a PlayStation remote play thing. That's basically like, you know how I was saying that like PS4 Link or PS3 Link where you could play games off your PlayStation on your Vita.
Yeah.
That's basically all it is. You could play games on this thing. It's like a kind of a mobile-ish, kind of looking like the Switch. And literally it would only play, you could only play games that are on your PS4 or 5, maybe only 5 on there, as long as you're on the same Wi-Fi. And it doesn't have Bluetooth. Like,
So
that is a deal breaker if it doesn't have Bluetooth. You couldn't hook like Bluetooth headphones to it. It has speakers on it.
yeah, wait. So it only works if it doesn't have Bluetooth?
No, it doesn't have Bluetooth. It only streams games off your console as long as you're home.
Oh, okay.
But like you can't hook up like Bluetooth headphones to it. It's either you play with the sound, like the small speakers that are on it, or you play without sound.
Hmm.
And I'm
Yeah,
like,
no,
what the fuck?
That does sound weird.
Yeah. I'm just, if they would not have given up support for the Vita, it
was really strange. It was really strange how that console just fizzled out. It was so bizarre because it looked so cool. It was so fucking powerful for its size.
Yeah. I mean, it was all in all like they gave the Sony dev team, it's like, hey, we want to make this go nuts, and like the dev team that went for it cared. Like you can tell just by like interacting with it, it's smooth and stuff. Like that team cared, and then all of a sudden I think it was like one of the recessions, they're just like, yep, we're cutting this or whatever, and it's just like they're just like, no, that's my baby. And then they come out with this thing that's a slap in the face. It's like, no.
It was like one of the biggest head scratchers of like handheld gaming history. It's just how the PS Vita became just amounted to nothing really. It was, just look at it compared to anything else. It was probably one of the most impressive consoles ever made at the time for its size, and it just disappeared.
Pretty
Lost.
certain that like it would have been compatible with the PS5. Would they have not been able to like make a Vita 2 to like, yeah, they probably would have, to work better with the PS5. But the fact that like, I mean, PS3 was a long stuff, and they upgraded the PSV as you went, or PS3, and then with the PS4, like the fact that it worked with both of those systems, and
Yeah,
like,
it was crazy.
because there's a big jump between there, I'm pretty sure like it still would have interacted fine with the PS5.
Yeah. Oh well. Maybe if they frequent updates and support, yeah, they could probably even release like a PS Vita Pro editions.
I think they would have just went with the PS5 and had it like kind of like how the the PS Vita 2, kind of like how the PS Vita went from like, it was like the middle ground between 3 and 4. They probably would have ended up making a PS Vita 2 that was, it was like 5 quality, but it had support for PS4.
Yeah. I don't think Sony's going to dip their feet in the handheld market again, though.
I don't think people would support them if they did. Not with how, because like they had a huge following for the 3, or the PSP, and then, I mean, they sold a lot of Vitas, and they even had like the Vita Slim.
I don't know. I don't really know how to put my finger on what's changed, but if I were a kid growing up in the age, I don't know if I would sit in handheld. This is almost all I played as a kid. I played Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, PSP. Yeah, I played console. I played GameCube, N64, but I spent a lot of time sitting in my house playing handhelds and not traveling.
Yeah.
I don't know why it feels different now, why it would feel weird. But like, I don't think I would go as hard into handhelds now as a kid. If I were a kid now.
I think part of it has to do with the fact of just phones.
Yeah, oh, that's it.
Because like, I mean, I remember like the Vita came out, or wait, when did like, I was 16. I had a flip phone that could like barely connect to the internet, and my Vita could connect over Wi-Fi. So like you could download a game, but like nowadays, like, oh, we have 5G, like you want to download a game on your phone and play it, you can. Like, phones are powerful enough now that like, unless they took like the iPad approach and they well, actually, you could get a 3G card for your Vita back then, where you could connect, like, if you got a card that plugged into the Vita, it could download stuff off the towers, or you could like interact with the internet off the towers. Yeah, I think it's just the fact that like the phones have become too powerful, that like you'd have to go the like Nintendo approach, where it's like, it's a to-go game system. It's a home system that's able to be too good. That's able to go as well.
Yeah, also able to dock and play on a big screen.
Yeah,
you're right. Yeah, I don't know why I didn't think about just cell phones. It's so obvious. That's the answer.
he's like, anything less than that, like, you're being limited. Now, if you're able to connect your game console to your phone plan, I mean, it would work better with like the i system or I ecosystem, the Apple ecosystem, where like you can like connect between everything. But like if you're like playing games, let's say like you're on the bus, you're playing, or you're on the train. Not a lot of people do, but like you're just chilling out, or like if you like could get a message on your, if you could connect it to your phone, so that like it pops up, which can be done because I do it for my PC. Like I have a connect to your connect like phone link app on my or like yeah on my phone or computer, so like I can text back and forth people that's on the um like while I'm at the computer, like it'll pop up the messages and I can message them back. Like if they kind of went that route where like you can respond to like message people back and stuff, so you can do stuff with your phone without having to like pull it out. Like you just pull out your console, you're doing stuff, and it connects to your phone, and it's like, oh, a little like push notification, like blah blah texted you. You hit pause in the game, message them back, and then keep going back with the game, so you don't have to pull it out. Then you might have something to do, either that or you have to go like, I don't know, a VR aspect where you have the console, where you have the VR head.
I'm really just thinking like there's no hardware reason to create a dedicated handheld anymore.
Yeah.
Because I was thinking that game I was playing a while ago, Genshin Impact, I stopped playing it. I couldn't keep up with it. It's just so much FOMO. But yeah, it was impressive in the aspect that was a PS4 game.
Still listening.
Oh, sorry. It was like a fairly impressive visually, graphically PS4 game, but it was really a mobile game. And it really puts you into perspective how pointless it is creating dedicated handheld hardware when cell phones can play shit like that.
Yeah.
And they're releasing cell phones constantly. There's more cell phones, they're constantly getting better. Whereas consoles, you have generations. You can't release a console every year, every half year. So it's just pointless to try and create handhelds that can.
I mean, they
be.
could.
It would be dumb. It'd be dumb to create a dedicated handheld console these days. It'd be pointless.
Yeah. I think the part of the reason that led to like the Vita's demise was lack of exclusivity. Because like part of what Nintendo has going for it is
They have their IPs.
their what?
Their IPs.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's it, basically it. Like the exclusivities that they have, Mario, like so Smash Bros, game like Pokemon and stuff, and like they haven't even released the full Pokemon for like phones. They just have like the Pokemon Go and stuff. So that's all on the Switch now and stuff. So it's like that's kind of what's driving Nintendo yet.
It's the big thing that keeps me interested in Nintendo still is all their properties that are just them.
Yeah.
Like if it wasn't for all that shit, they wouldn't be any different from Sony or Microsoft. It is their IPs that make Nintendo different. In my book, I know a lot of people think, oh, Nintendo, they follow their own path and they experiment, but I really only care about their franchises. For me, specifically, I look forward to the next F-Zero, which will never happen. I look I look forward to the next Legend of Zelda, next Metroid, even the 3D Mario's. I loved Mario Odyssey. I thought that was an amazing game.
I forgot Zelda. Fuck, what am I doing? Yeah. Yeah, they have. I mean, it helps that they were like one of the originals. Like, everyone wanted to be them. So, like, they were out there with the NES, and they laid the groundwork with, like, yeah, Mario, Zelda, what you said, Smash, and they've just held on to that this entire time. Most of the other exclusive, I think, kind of like because they own the devs and everything, when otherwise, like, in other consoles and stuff like that, you had, like, I think, was it Watch Dogs is one that PlayStation had for a long time.
Yeah, well, PlayStation has a lot of independent properties as well, but they just don't have that distinctness that Nintendo has. Like, you think about it, you got your Gods of War, you got Devil May Cry's, and they fit nicely into certain genres that have been copy and pasted frequently. Um, there are certain examples I could make, like Dante's Inferno and stuff. But Nintendo, it's really hard to copy their formula and that Nintendo magic. It sounds dumb to say, but that's what it is. Like, all their games really just feel very. You can't copy it.
Well,
Fucking Mario.
and that's what I was saying. Like, Nintendo owns the studio that makes Mario and Zelda. When you're talking like Dante's Inferno, or like you said Assassin's Creed, which it's also false because, like, I bought them all on on Steam. It's a dev team, or a dev, like Ubisoft, that had exclusivity rights, or like I don't know if they did, but Left 4 Dead, I think it was Watch Dogs, but like they had exclusivity rights with one of the consoles. But then after a while, that gave up, and then they kind of just went to both consoles. So, like, it's the fact that, like, it's a dev team that's releasing on a console versus Nintendo. They're just like, yeah, you're ours now, and we're not gonna share you. Like, we're gonna pay you, and you're only gonna make for us. That's it.
That's it. That's the magic. The magic is greed.
They bought the studios, and so now it's like they kind of it's at the point, like, in order to play Mario, you have to buy a Nintendo console or something by Nintendo.
That's the only thing that's keeping them in the game. For me.
I think they know it too, and they're double downing, on it.
Like, if they didn't have Metroid, if they didn't have the big ones, Zelda, could rattle them off. They didn't have that, they wouldn't be special. If they didn't hold those properties tight, nobody would give a damn about Nintendo.
Yeah, and they would fall off just like the other ones. And yeah, that's what's, and it's partly because, like, they released them on most of those IPs. They had them on, like, NES, the first console, and so, like, they grew with those people, or like either NES, SNES, or whatever. Like, they're the ones that gave them a break, and they're like, all right, hey, we like this one, we're gonna buy you, and we bought the IP, and it's like, all right, now we have our own dev team, we have the IPs, our dev team is going to work on these IPs.
I will say, though, something else that sets Nintendo apart, aside from, like, just how controlled they are, I think their micromanagement and just how, like, hands-on they are with their properties is also another boon. Because when they release another project, like a Zelda project, a big name one, Metroid, it's not something that's going to be half-assed, not just going to be another project in the bucket. It's a big deal when another Metroid game comes out. It's a huge deal when another Zelda game comes out. It makes headlines. People give a shit because they really make sure that the quality is there.
Yeah.
Like I played Metroid Dread, say last year, and that was amazing because it was the first 2D Metroid game in almost a decade. It's just crazy how long they go between releases for some of these things.
I mean,
And I'm looking.
sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but like the only experience I had, because I didn't have a lot of like games at that era or whatever. The only experience of Metroid I had was Smash.
That's the case for a lot of people. That's another reason Smash is such a big property, is because not everybody's a Nintendo fanboy, and a lot of people experience the shit through Smash.
Like, and like after like I looked it up, it was Metroid, Fox, I mean, I'm thinking back to like N64. I did play Zelda. I did play Mario. So I knew those people, like even like Mario Party. Who else?
There's Captain Falcon.
Yeah, So Samus, is that same as Metroid?
Yeah, Samus is Metroid.
Okay, so Samus, Fox, Captain Falcon, not
Ness. I was never a big Ness. I've never played a Mother game, but Ness was for the Mother games.
I don't think Ness was in N64.
He was.
Oh, I might not have had him. So Ness, like a lot of these, like I'm like I'd never experienced you before.
Yeah, that was me with Fire Emblem. I played Smash Brothers Melee, and I didn't know who Roy or Marth were. I've never heard of them.
Yeah.
And I looked them up, and I'm like, oh, Fire Emblem. Still not ringing any bells. And then they released a Fire Emblem game for the GameCube in North America. I'm like, well, I'm getting it because they were in Smash.
and that ties it back together. Yeah.
Yeah.
Did you ever play Dissidia?
Yes.
Where they kind of did where Sony did the
I played Dissidia on PSP. I played the very first Dissidia.
That's where it only released though. It was PSP. And then Dissidia 2 came out, I think, on the 3 and Vita. So I never heard of PSP, so I missed the Dissidia boom. But you could get Dissidia for PSP, I think. But
I don't know.
Wasn't that like this similar aspect? Was like they were trying to make like a Smash with the
yeah, they
Enix
were
characters?
And they were being pretty original about it. I'll give them a lot of credit because there were a lot of unique ideas. Dissidia did a lot of things that were pretty bold for a fighting game. Like they had brave actions and they had other actions. I can't remember, but basically you had one set of actions that you were hitting your enemy, building up this meter, the set of numbers, and then you would follow up with another entirely different set of moves, a different move pool that would actually deal damage. So it was this almost dynamic tug of war where you're trying to vie for points so you can actually use your moves that hurt your opponent.
Okay.
It was very interesting. That system.
Oh. You know another one that had Nintendo had by the throat? Monster Hunter.
Monster Hunter? No, Nintendo doesn't. Nintendo doesn't have Monster Hunter.
They did.
When?
I remember it was like right when I was graduating high school, like when I was living by myself. Maybe it was like 18, 19. They released a new Monster Hunter.
Oh,
and it was on the.
I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Monster Hunter Rise. Yeah, okay, so we did have console rights to Monster Hunter Rise, which lasted for about 3 years before it started becoming available on PS4 PS5. I can purchase it on my PS5.
So it's a
They did
limited
have-
time. Okay.
Yeah, they had console exclusivity for a limited time just for Monster Hunter Rise. But Monster Hunter Worlds was kind of their big console launch of Monster Hunter and their big introduction to Americans. Monster Hunter was available before that. In previous editions, they had handhelds, they had Tri, they had Core. It didn't really get a lot of headway until Monster Hunter World, which came out on PS4 and 360, I think. Can't remember.
That was after the DS, because Monster Hunter Rise came out on DS.
No, Monster Hunter Rise wouldn't play on DS.
Would they come out
They
on?
may have had Tri and they may have had 4 on DS.
So, okay, my buddy from, like, my neighbor, his younger brother, he had Nintendo stuff. Like, he had the GameCube and he had the DS's. And one of them came out on the DS because he was super psyched for it. And
Yeah,
it was,
there were some handheld Monster Hunters.
it was before, but like I didn't think, because like I tried to look it up for PlayStation 3 and like I'm pretty sure I had PS3 and it wasn't available for that.
I don't think there were any big console Monster Hunter releases until Worlds.
Okay,
I think-
so. I was talking back then, because Worlds I can get for
Yeah.
this, I can get for PC.
Yeah,
So like
I think
I would say like that was also another one, because my my buddy, he didn't play. He played Mario's and he played a lot of Zeldas, but like when that came out, like he was playing that every day.
they're addictive games. They're very addictive.
And like I was just sitting there, I'm like, I can't do shit because like I want to play with him, but like I don't have a DS.
Yeah, DS I think had Monster Hunter 3 and 4 and their variations. All these Monster Hunters have different variations. You got 3, you got 3 Ultimate, you got 4, 4 Ultimate. I think 3 and 4 and their variations were on the DS. You could buy them on the DS store, the 3DS store. Not that you can do that anymore. Monster Hunter World was kind of the thing that really launched Monster Hunter into popularity because it was kind of always a niche game on the handhelds. Monster Hunter World comes out, all of a sudden it's big. It's one of the biggest games, and that's what drew me in, and I was heavily addicted. And then I'd say wait until Wilds comes out in like 1 week.
I'm not gonna buy it brand new.
I pre-ordered.
I mean, if I played the other one before that, maybe, but like I'm not just gonna jump into it. And I mean, I've done it before, but like I had at least warm up to it.
Yeah, it's one of those games where if it's for you, it's for you. If it's not, it's not. I can't in good faith push it on anybody because it's a really different genre of gaming. It's very addictive if it's for you.
Mm-hmm.
If it's not for you, it's just not. Yeah, Worlds was PS4. Then Rise came out on Switch. I spent over 1,000 hours playing it on Switch. Of course, it's available now on PS4 and PS5. And Wilds is coming out. And I'm probably going to spend over 1,000 hours on Wilds.
Oh, another one that Nintendo's IP for is Animal Crossing.
That's another fun one. I always cheese that shit though, because Animal Crossing always has the loophole of all the content is based on the date in the game, and the date in the game is dependent on the date set by the console in its internal data,
Yep.
which you can freely alter. So I'm like, well, I'm missing these fish, and they're only available during March. I'm just going to say, hey, it's March right now, Switch. And Switch is going to be like, is it? I'm like, yes.
Turn off Wi-Fi. Yep, we're good.
Exactly. And I always cheese Animal Crossing. I always do it. I can't wait. I can't sit around and just play that game every day of the year, waiting for the right time to do the shit I want to do. I'm going to lose interest.
Yeah, but it's also like one of those games that, like, I haven't touched it in several months, but I could pick it up and play it for an evening and have fun with it.
Yeah, different gamers have different ways of playing. I'm a binge gamer. I need
Same.
I fucking ravage a game's content. As soon as I start playing viciously, I just maul the game. I can't come back to it later. I'll leave it as a fucking scraps when I'm done with it.
Yeah. I don't know. Part of me feels like if I do that, I don't realize the amount of time I put into it. Where if I spread it out, like I play a game for like a couple days straight, and then I go back to it later and pick it up and play it again for a couple days or whatever, I feel like I get more out of it than if I play it for like a week straight and don't ever touch it again.
It's probably a healthier way to look at gaming. I unfortunately don't have it in me to do that. I'm recently, just to kind of like paint that picture, I've been playing Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. Don't know if you've heard of it.
No.
So it's just medieval peasant simulator 2025. And I've been on that every day that I have time off from work. And I'm not planning D&D. And I've just been spending every hour of my free time playing that for the past 3 weeks. Every single minute of my day that I'm not playing D&D or working out. And yeah, I mean, I know that they plan on DLC, but it's going to probably be well after I'm completely done and finished with this game, because I've just been fucking living in it nonstop.
Well, there's a difference between the two ways that we do it. Is you complete your games. I still have plenty of games that have not been completed yet.
Yeah, I'm very selective. I'm like, I disclude a lot of things from the games I plan on purchasing just because I know I'm not going to have time for them. There's a lot of games out there I would like to try and play. There's a lot of games out there that look really good, and I just don't have time for it. Because when I play a game, that's what I'm playing. That's all I'm doing.
I do actually want to go back through and and I might have to like commit like an hour a day or something to this, and like just literally go through and play through all the Assassin's Creeds in order. Primarily on the stories. Either that or just go on YouTube and watch like an hour video or 2-hour video. But then you don't get the same feeling of like Assassin's Creed, and Assassin's Creed is amazing. But like I think it's just the fact that like I understand more when I first started playing them, that like I really want to see the like basically just cut all the cutscenes together and play those so you understand like the backstory, because like it's all the Assassin's Creed, it's a story within a story. Like you have your overarching story that transcends from one game to another, but then
it's kind of,
you have your in-game story.
it's kind of like that awkward part about video games as a storytelling platform, because yeah, you got your YouTube channels where they cut and splice all the cutscenes together into a movie. That's a thing. There's a lot of that. You could watch all the Assassin's Creed cutscenes in order, I'm sure. But there's a lot of parts of the games themselves where the story is told more organically. Like, let's just say the Batman Arkham Asylum trilogy. There's a lot of lore and dialogue that's not in cutscenes. You're stalking bad guys, trying to take them out, and you just watch and listen to them talk. That's a bunch of shit that's not going to get covered in cutscenes. And you're also losing out on that vibe of the entire game itself by watching these cutscenes, which is the interaction between the player and their avatar. It's just kind of like one of those things that makes video games so much different than movies, because yeah, you could watch a story, you could digest it.
I get bored of the movies.
Yeah, when you're playing a game, you're in that story.
It's replacing. It's basically either you're watching a story, or you're replacing the main character with yourself.
Yeah. Yeah,
And it's more immersive because you're actually like interacting and like, oh, I'm telling them to go forward. Stuff like that.
There are so many good examples of like why you're almost robbing yourself of what the game even is by watching all the cutscenes in order, which is fine. I understand it's a way to save time because gaming is a time investment. But when you're playing Assassin's Creed or Batman or any game where things happen ambiently around you, you're missing out on a lot of the side dialogue, the small stuff, the
That's
flavor.
fair.
Yeah,
But I don't remember there being a lot of like side dialogue in a set, because that's one of like the things with Assassin's Creed is like, well, I've never like speedrun the game, where I'm sure like, so most of the time when I'm playing Assassin's Creed, I forget that like I'm within this person's mind. Because like that's the whole thing. It's like you're in someone's mind or their genome, and you're going back in time and like in their ancestry. But then every so often they'll pull you out, and you're in real time. And so it's like it's there's not a lot of times when like the person is talking with like the physician. I'm thinking mostly of Ezio's trilogy. While you're like playing the assassin, like those are more isolated to the cutscenes. And I think the main thing with me is I always forgot what was going on, like in that level.
I mean that's kind of the thing. It's the immersion. It's pulling you in. It's just like you are the assassin, and then it reminds you, no, you're actually not. And I think that's kind of what's cool about it, right?
Yeah, and so like I think just for like comprehension, I would like to see like that movie, but at the same time, like I'd rather try just like playing all the games like from the beginning to the end, which they had an Assassin's Creed like anthology bundle or something, a collection
It's
bundle.
crazy the bundles that come out for games of that era.
I bought and everything from 1 through like Syndicate.
It was what, like $5, right?
No, it was like $20.
Oh well, shit! I was thinking of the Mass Effect trilogy. They was on sale for like $2.
Yeah, that's Mass Effect Trilogy. Do you know how many games I got for the Assassin's Creed bundle?
Fuck, I have no clue.
All right, here I
I'm assuming like 8, because I know they got so many spin-offs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. I have
Oh my god!
Assassin's Creed 1, 2, Brotherhood Revelations, 3 remastered. Okay, now these are gonna go not in the right order. Liberation is later. So 3 remastered. Hang on, trying to find. Okay, yeah, no, 3 remastered. Liberation was a PS Vita release or PSP release, and then Black Flag, and then Unity came out for the PS4, and that was supposed to be like you and your posse like all play at the same time. But then if you didn't have a PS4, they released Rogue, which is basically like a copy paste of 4. So you had those. So Unity and 4, and then I have Syndicate, Origins, and Odyssey. I forget which order those come in. But yeah. So you have Assassin's Creed, then the Ezio trilogy. Then you have 3, where you're the Native American. I still have my hard copies. But yeah, then you have the Black Flag, which is the pirates and stuff. Yeah.
Shit.
13.
I saw 3 with the Native American theme. I'm like, maybe I'll jump in. I didn't jump in. And then I saw 4 with the pirate one, Black Flag. Like, that looks cool too. And I still didn't jump in. I'm intimidated by the franchise. It's so big.
Yeah, and it's Ubisoft Montreal. Like that. It's that's the specific part of Ubisoft that handles Assassin's Creed. They, at least I don't know recently, but at the time, like anytime, like it was that dev team, whoever worked out of there, or that's where Assassin's Creed dev team was. It was Ubisoft Montreal. I put the amount of historical accuracy in Assassin's Creed to like Civilization.
Oh,
You played, you know what Sid Meier's Civilization is?
I know what it is. I'm familiar with the franchise. I haven't played one.
They just came out with 7, and I've been watching people play it. It's $70. I'm not gonna buy it brand new. I'm gonna wait for it on sale. Give it a year. It's gonna come out with that and the year pass for like a third the price. I'll buy it then, because then I get all the DLCs with extra people. Anyways, the amount of work that like Civ puts in, I mean, it's all about building up people throughout, like you play people from history and stuff. Like I've found stuff out in Assassin's Creed about, because like not everything is, I mean, it's not just in America. 3 was, but like it had to be, because it was like you're part of a tribe member when the British, like the American colonies start.
It would be against the concept of theming to just go all across the world.
Yeah. And that's actually how Black Flag came about, because like they had in one little small part of 3, you pilot or you captain the ship and you did a whole like little bit about it, and they had so much fun doing that they're like, we want to make, like, people always ask about pirates, like do one with pirates, that'll be fun. And then they had this little aspect in 3, and then they just literally took that chunk that's like, if the game total length was like 6 hours, probably like 20 minutes worth.
It took a mini game.
And they exploded it into its own game.
Oh man.
But anyways, like the amount of historical like accuracy, because they, like, I mean, one, it's great that they're not American, so that they're not biased in that aspect, but like the details that they get, like, or the research that they do. I've watched a couple like documentaries on it and stuff of like them going, like if they want to go to like, oh, we want to set the scene of this one in this area, like they spent, granted there was like a couple years usually between games, a year or two, like the people who are writing the game and stuff, they spent time at the area or in that like location, like culture, figuring it out in that, because like you can tell where you are by like all aspects of the game. It's crazy how much detail they put into it, and most of it's just like a little bit of it, but it's like, it's like they're like, no, this has to be right. It can't be acceptable. It has to be right.
I respect that. That reminds me again of Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, which I'm playing. I played the first one a lot, where the game has a codex that constantly updates with information on the world around you, and every village you go to is based on a village that actually existed. In fact, they're all villages that existed, and the Codex has historical information about the game development's teams' kind of feelings about those places, and a lot of the developers there visited these places for inspiration. It's like medieval Bohemia, which is not a thing like I would have ever thought about if it wasn't for Kingdom Come Deliverance.
Damn.
Yeah, it was just like crazy how interested they were in the actual history, and they actually visit these places. And I didn't know that Kuttenberg was a city in medieval Bohemia, and it was huge, and it was fucking awesome. But yeah, I mean, it's just cool, like the history, and you know, some of these game teams like really go hard on fleshing this stuff out.
It really shows you which ones that care, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know. They don't make games like they used to, man.
No research. What's going to be good for marketing? Can we make a toy out of
I mean, literally, just look like Cyberpunk.
it?
Like
Cyberpunk?
The whole fact of like AAA game.
Yeah.
Like a game is in development and they're like, oh hey, that's it, and then critiques are like, oh yeah, that's a AAA, or like I don't know who even decides it, it's a AAA game, and I like looked at it, I'm like, I don't even know what Cyberpunk is.
It's a rep thing. It's all about reputation. AAA is
And
dependent entirely upon reputation.
and that one was like, and it was partly because like I never played any of the Witcher games, and it's from the same people who made Witcher. And then
They made Witcher 3.
Okay, Witcher 3. Yeah. And then it came out, but it was like the difference between the dev team and the market or the managing team. It's like, yeah, we're releasing on this day, and it was a broken game when it came out.
Yeah, that's the big thing with saying AAA and applying all these titles and shit to fucking game companies. Because people fucking leave companies. You know, it's not the same fucking people making every single game every single time in these companies. Like, you got
It's supposed to be a
the
quality standard that you have.
Yeah, you got like to draw an example, the Suicide Squad game from Rocksteady Studios. I don't know if you've heard anything about that. Fans hated it. I haven't played it. I'm not impressed by what I've seen from it. But it's based on the Arkham Asylum games, which I fucking loved. Those were amazing games. And it's not even the same people. It's not the same people making the Suicide Squad game, but it's Rocksteady Studios.
Oh, yeah.
They did such a good job on the Arkham Asylum games, AAA studio. But it was so long ago, you know? It's not the same team.
I mean, I play... you could call... I don't know if you call... I don't know what it takes to be a AAA, but like... Civilization might be a AAA. I don't know if it is. That's one of the few ones that I play, but most of the games I play are like indie games. Like Timberborn is one I play a lot. That's just a small dev team. They have a Discord. They release stuff for experimental. They get feedback from their community and they implement it. That's their process.
I will say, you find the right indie game, it'll blow any AAA fucking project out of the water, because every AAA project, no matter how fucking good it is tied down by strings, corporate control. It has to have mainstream appeal. Indie doesn't need that, and when an indie studio does everything right, I feel the floor is much lower, but the ceiling is much higher for indie games.
Yeah.
Like, it's so much easier to make a bad game with lower budget, inexperienced staff. But if you're doing everything right and you have a lot of passion and you know what you're doing, you're not controlled and you're not fucking shoehorned to doing things that you don't want to do, the potential's there to make something that blows everything out of the water.
And part of it's just like you said passion, and that's a big thing. Like part of it ends up having to do with that, because like if you're like a small dev team, let's say like 5-10 people, and like you all have if that sometimes you have a similar goal, and you all have like the same idea for this game, and you put it on paper, it's not gonna be for everyone. But as long as you can understand their vision, sometimes like it might be janky or whatever, but like for the most part, you're gonna be able to play it, and you're gonna be able to see their vision and be like, oh, that's pretty damn cool.
Yeah. I don't know if you've ever heard of Hades.
Yeah, you had me play it.
Oh, what'd you think?
Great. It's a roguelike.
Hades-
I love roguelikes.
Hades 2 is coming out. I'm excited to play that when it comes to consoles, just because I don't know when I'm buying another computer.
Yep.
So, yeah, just keep your eyes peeled for that. Yeah, Hades. That was indie too. I think that's like one of the highlights of my just my gaming history. Hades was probably one of the games that I had the most fun with. I've never liked a roguelike before that. I played Dead Cells. I don't know if you've ever heard of that.
I think I have it. I just never played it.
Yeah, I had fun with that. But Hades really drew me in and made me really appreciate what a roguelike could be.
I've been playing a couple. I have one on the phone I play. There's one that I play on PC, and it's because I played it on... It's a spin-off of a game I really enjoyed, which is Deep Rock Galactic. And it's just... It's like a cartoony like style-ish. And you're just 4 dwarves that go down into a mine. And you mine minerals and you shoot bugs. It's simple or whatever. And they're just like adding difficulty and weirdness to it type of thing. Well, they did a spin-off where it's basically it's a roguelike where you're just one person, you go down and you shoot shit and stuff, so like similar to like Hades, but it still gives you that feel of the Deep Rock game. And that's so like I've been playing that recently because I played it on the demo that they released of it. And what's weird is like the team that made the original Deep Rock Galactic is actually the publishing company of this other one. And there's a different, like on Steam it tells you who the developer is and who the publisher is. So like there's a different developer for Deep Rock, but they use all the same assets and stuff from the first one, from Deep Rock. I'm assuming they were licensed to, since Deep Rock's or whoever made Deep Rock, the developer of Deep Rock, was the publisher for this one. And it's just like it captures a bunch of the same essences that make Deep Rock what it is, except the multiplayer aspect. It hasn't released that yet, but then again, it's still early access, so yeah, I don't know. I like roguelike. And then there's another one which it's called Against the Storm. And it's a weird one because it's a city builder roguelike. Which, do you play city builders much?
No, I played Sims back, the original Sim City. I could never get into it. The most fun I had was destroying cities with natural disasters.
So, I would say it's a layer below SimCity in terms of like city builder. Like you have SimCity, which is like top dog. Like I'm gonna lay out, I'm gonna zone everything off, make roads. People do what they want. The layer below that is like I have X amount of population. You can put buildings where you want it. I'm gonna assign this number of population to this building, this one. And each building has a specific job, versus like in retrospect to like SimCity, like you don't have control over those interactions. You just have like layout wise. And then the city builder that at this level, it's more similar to like Timberborn, where like Timberborn you have beavers and you build in a colony, and you're like, oh, I put a farming building down. Here's what you're planting in this area. I'm assigning 2 beavers, and so you have to manage like the amount of jobs you have with the amount of population you have. And this game, it takes that and it turns it into a roguelike where like you're constantly basically like the forest is there's a storm that happens, like a storm cycle, and there's a bunch of seals that are out in the distant lands, and you have to hit each of the seals, and every time you do that you extend the time between the storms by like 8 years, I think it is. Yeah, it's 8 years. And so like you place a city here, a settlement here, you build it up. If it's successful, it stays. If it's not successful, it disappears. And then you build another one, and you kind of like working your way out. But each time you place a settlement, it's the city builder aspect where you start from nothing and you build it up until you get to a settlement that's actually succeeding, whether or not like it's self-sufficient or it's like you just completed it, where like give it 3 more years and it probably would not be able to sustain itself. That's not the point, but like it reached a point that you're successful, and so then it becomes settlement. And what's nice is like as you build outwards towards these seals to extend it, like you've succeeded at like 4 of them and you're on your 5th one, you can actually, there's a trading aspect of the game where like you can get trade routes, and it's useful for like getting goods or getting money. You can trade with all the prior settlements that you have out there.
So that's a roguelike progression, more or less. Like, yeah, you're starting from fresh, but there's something you're building up to make things a little easier going forward.
Yes. But then at the end of the cycle, you wipe off and you start from the beginning again.
Mm.
So like it's a roguelike in 2 aspects. Like it's the roguelike progression where you're like you center, like the center city's here, and you branch off into a bunch of spots, and then each different settlement is a roguelike city builder. It's weird, but it's very addicting if you like city builders.
Interesting.
But
Hey,
what?
I was going to ask. I'm pretty drunk right now. I was wondering if you want to play Smash Brothers. I can make a lobby on my Switch.
I'm literally like 5 turns, maybe 10 turns away from winning a cultural victory in Civilization, so I was gonna boot that up and play that for a half hour, because that's
Okay.
I'm late game, and so like each turn takes like 5 minutes.
All right.
And I don't know how much later I'm gonna stay up because I woke up kind of sick. I don't know. I'm feeling weird the last couple days, so I might go to bed early tonight. But I was actually gonna say also I'm loving your campaign, and I hope we're going for a while yet. But at the same time, the next time I take over, we'll be on our year 3 or season 3 of all our campaigns. Yeah. So we probably should get new art covers, or like cover arts.
And you want it to be hand drawn, I'm guessing.
If we wish to make any money off of, yes. I will not accept AI art for the cover photo. Or if you want to use tokens for in the game, that's fine, but not the cover art.
All right. It's going to be tapping into a dry skill set. Like
I said, you don't have to do it now. Like, you got time. But at the same point, mine will be first, and then it'll be Barn Tome. If Canerva Splurgen runs a one-off in between there, you have more time.
All right.
But then, because I'm pretty sure Barn Tome and yours, I'm still using the one from last time. I think you made a new one for mine, and that was of Gale and Gnome Face battling or something.
Oh, I had more than that. I had another one where everybody's kind of just posing in front of the logo. I might have it somewhere around here.
I don't know if I saw that one, but that would work for season 3. But I probably
Here it is. I don't know if this is coming through.
I did not use that for. I don't think I used that one for. I don't think you were done with that one.
Yeah, it is kind of it's kind of like a beta version of our characters. In fact, it's not even how they wound up looking.
But
except for Gnome Face. I think Gnome Face is the only one that's spot on.
I would just say for season 3, like, especially for like Barn and yours, because I've used the same art cover for like the first and second season. Mine at least had the battle scene halfway through, but we probably should get some new ones for at least the start of the season.
All right, I think we might have some time before we have to work on that because, I think I can DM for a while. I really feel like this could last.
That's good because I have not done any work on mine yet. So there's been a little bit in part of me where it's like panic. It's like, hey, after this arena, you might have to take over, so you should probably work. And I'm like, I don't think.
No.
I think he's got more planned than that. But
I got things planned after this arena. I got things planned after this arena. If you want to pad things out a little bit more, I would urge you guys to try and just explore the stadium and listen for gossip and rumors to pad out the playtime a little bit more, because I have side quests planned. If you guys don't just keep doing the sporting events back to back to back, just saying, not spoiling anything.
I mean, we only did 2 back to back. We did the first one, we did the side quest, then we did the second one, and we're like, let's take it easy for the day. I mean, we just got to town 2 days ago. And now we did the third day. We still have 4 more days.
Just throwing it out there. You guys putz around a bit. I have breadcrumbs for you guys to follow. Things to pad out time. You will.
Yeah. I just wanted to put on your radar, so like if you get a thought somewhere, you're like, hey, I have an idea, you can start keeping track of it.
Guild of Rockheart. Who am I drawing?
Well, I mean, it's the Guild of Rockheart. It'd be Sven, Wilhelm, Gnome Face, and Gale.
Oh, that's why this art looked off. I had Donnie Danger in the same art as Gale Calafinas. And I had your 2 side characters. I had that guy who claimed that he could jump between mountains and then chastised Gale. It was like, why were you...
Wait,
like,
why were you what?
Remember we were hunting trolls and we had this... I don't think he was a monk. I can't remember what he was. But he was just like, yeah, I could jump over there. You want me to try it? I'm like, hey, I mean, you sound really sure of yourself. Do it. And he was just like, what the fuck, man? I would die if I did that.
Who was with you guys?
I would have to go to the Google Sheets to look it up. I can't remember their names.
I remember you guys did a interview and stuff, and that's how you found Sven.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Sven, and we had some NPCs with us.
You're like 3 of them.
Yeah, I can't remember all their names. We got 2 of them on this cover art, and I know their likeness might not jog any, but we got this serious-looking dude right here with the long black Yamcha hair. Doesn't look black because it's just an outline.
I'd have to look at the names.
And this chick over here.
I feel like
not below.
No, she wasn't a ranger.
Yeah, I can't remember what they did. They hung out with us until we were done with the troll hunt.
Oh, she was the one. She was using that as a way to earn money while heading to Alcasai, because she was not coming back with you guys. She was visiting family, and then she was going to come back on her own a couple days, like a week later or something like that. So she was the other two, Sven and someone else. They went back with you guys.
Yeah, I just thought that was really funny. That one dude, boastful, just like, yeah, I can totally get over there. I'm like, are you sure, man? And he's like, yeah. I'm like, okay, do it.
I thought you were going to stop him. You're like, all right, fucking show me. I want to see this. And I'm like,
And he was just like, what the fuck? Why are we gonna let me try that? Died. I'm just like, I don't know, man. You sound really confident.
But yeah, so then Barntome, it's the three of us. Right? Yeah, we don't have an NPC. You could do like the three of us going in the portal thing. The deeper level. The Tales of Barntome over it.
Where were we?
We're doing the dungeon. We just finished level 1 of the dungeon. The first level. That's
Tales of Barntome.
Yeah. I moved
Guild of Brockhart is your campaign.
Yeah, I moved on to Barntome.
What were we doing? Guild of Brockhart. Okay.
What were we doing in the Guild of Brockhart? You were Gale. You were getting ready to do your sabbatical, basically.
Right.
Sven was, I think he was rooming with Gnome Face, and Gnome Face just got done building a bunch of shit, or he came back to all the buildings being done.
You know what would be really cool? Is you took that little icon I drew and actually made it 3D and add color to it and just create like this little I don't know, kind of spinning dynamic logo. I don't know if you create like a graphic out of it or something.
There's a thought there.
Like that would be a nice, easy way to use material I already made without me having to exert a lot of effort.
It might involve. Oh, you're saying like the shield that you made already?
Yeah, that little coin thing with the guild on that little hillside.
That okay, yep. You never drew the backside though. But then again, Donnie perished after that.
Oh, well, he's MIA. It's not the same as perishing. He's quite the character. I would feel a bit remiss to dismiss him so quickly.
Oh no, there's a chance he'll come back.
Oh, like even if he just comes back as an NPC. Like I don't know if I would want to ever play him again because I botched his skill progression so fucking badly. But roleplay wise, he was fun to play as.
If you botched it, it would just take a long time to balance stuff out a little bit. I mean, I am forgiving in the fact that, like, if you guys just want to, like, if you find, like, a goblin and you want to sit there and just cast or, like, do an action that doesn't damage them for, like, an hour and you get, like, 30 skill points, like, I'm going to let you do it. Like, sure. I mean, it's supposed to be like a video game. What's more similar to a video game than you just battling the same weaklings over and over again to level up your characters just to fight the big boss?
I guess I feel a little cheap milking my time doing stuff like that.
I mean, at a certain point, I'd be like, all right, I'll give you 30 points in this if you stop this after like 10 minutes.
Yeah, just okay. This is the 5th time you fought this bandit camp. I know they keep respawning. You're kicking a dead horse here. There's no experience.
What skill do I level up? Well, I'll level you up now, and we can call it a day. But
Sure you don't want to go with the combat encounter again for the 100th time? No, I don't.
all right, I'm gonna switch games and try to finish this victory. I'm like, I don't know. You ever played Civ? But in Civ 6, you have a culture victory, but basically you just need more foreign tourists than domestic tourists, and you get a domestic tourist by like the amount of culture you gain. And
It might sound weird, but I'm familiar with all these concepts. I don't play these games. There's a lot of games I don't play, but I understand what they're about.
so basically, I played on a large map, so there's 10 civs. I'm already dominant, like culturally, as they say, culturally dominant over like 6 of them.
Yep.
And like I think I have like 100 foreign tourists, and the person who you have to like be culturally dominant over them all. The number I'm shooting for right now is 130, or the person who's like second in culture, basically, who is the most domestic, is 130. And I mean that's gonna go up at the same time I'm gaining, but like I'm gaining like two tourists or a turn, so
Get that influencer win.
or 2 to 3. Yeah, it helps. It definitely helps a lot to play a bigger map because like the amount of culture, like domestic tourists you get, is dependent upon the amount of culture you generate per turn. The amount of foreign tourists that you need for culture victory is dependent upon the amount of tourism you make upon everyone else. So just because like one person's in second place, like let's say you're making like you're implementing 700 tourism to all the players. So like just because like I'm not getting a tourist per turn for this person, the other 8 people, like between them I can get 2 tourists per turn and just keep going. So I'm just ramping up stuff right now, and I'd say probably a half hour's worth of play and I'll be done. Hopefully.
The most peaceful way to take over the world.
It's also the most runaway way because like it's the only way that like when you hit a certain point you could probably shift enter for like 10 turns and then possibly win, as long as in multiplayer you couldn't, but like against the AI they're not going to change the strategy to defend against you that much. But like because there's certain ways to defend against you when you get that level, but like for domination, if you want to just not win, you just stop taking over cities. Science, you just stop doing the space travel, and then religious, you just stop spreading your religion. Maybe passively it'll go, but like sometimes you have to force it at times. Culture, like, yeah, you can just let it run its course at a certain point, and like you're gonna win.
Let the people do their thing.
Yeah, pretty much. But, all right.
All right.
I'm gonna
It's
go
been
to the
good.
bathroom, and I wanted to make sure I brought that up to you today because I'm like, just so that like, I don't know how much you've been drawing, probably not that much since, but if you
Since getting into AI, I haven't touched a pencil to draw a thing.
if you want to hand draw it, play with the art thing that I helped you set up, or the digital art thing, just mess around or whatever, who knows what can happen. I just want to give you ample amount of time that like if you're stuck thinking about your campaign and you're like, I just need to do something on this while I'm thinking about this, and you just start doodling, go for it. But yeah.
I'll try to think about that.
I thought of it like 2 days ago, and I'm like, I should bring that up to you this week because next time I take over, it'll be season 3, and I replaced the cover art for my campaign last uh, oh, last season, but I didn't replace the cover art for your guys'
I
yet.
don't really think a 3D icon of the guild itself, of that just stock little coin that I drew, would be pretty cool if it had some color. That would all of a sudden differentiate it from every other piece of artwork I've made for anything we've ever done.
I'll work on that. Because I started that. I'll need a back for it, though. I don't know if I ever got the back. I know I got like a quarter of the way through like modeling the 3D one that I have.
Nope, don't have a back for it.
Yeah, you said you were gonna say like have Donnie with a thumbs up on it.
Is there anything else you besides that?
Not really. No, that's enough to go off of for the front. But like I know for the for that, because I want to 3D print that, but I'd still need a back for that. But I started modeling. I'm like a quarter way through. I think I just have to do the middle part. And then after that, I can just animate it and like record it and have it animate or whatever. I'll have to look into doing that. But
I could probably try to do a background image. I mean, after all, I fucking did this like mid-session.
you did. Think. It was fun. It was very funny. On how like we were talking about. No, it was post-session. Like it was you, me, and Knervous just talking, and we were just talking after Mammer went to bed. I'm like, yeah. You're like, oh, I was gonna carry corn. I'm like, you should draw that real quick. And then like 20 minutes later, you're like, how's this? I'm like, holy fuck.
Yeah, sometimes I do things all right. Yeah, I think I can draw a backside to that. I know it seems like a cop-out asking you to do the rest, but I really feel like that would be a really cool way to start Season 3 is with some artwork that has color and fucking 3D imagery. I know this...
I will say, there's one thing, like, I can make probably a pretty cool intro, like... intro scene. Like, you click on the video, and it's maybe, like, the coin bouncing or like spinning across the scene and like slows down and you get the front and back and then it spins off the scene. But I don't know how it would work for a cover photo though. There's a distinction between that. Like there's one thing with the introduction to the episode and there's another thing with the cover photo that like the thumbnail of the YouTube video.
I think that idea alone is really fucking incredible. It's just the idea of like the coin in motion spinning. And then, like, I don't know, maybe somehow the camera pans back to the coin and it just lands face down and you just see whatever we want to show people. Maybe the title episode or something. Or we could just have a stock image that we reuse.
Okay. If you're talking about getting episodes, that's talking about you having to draw a picture every week. So let's
a stock image that we reuse.
let's slow up a little bit. I don't want you to tie yourself down to too much. It'd be cool.
A stock image. I could draw a backside. I think it would be super cool if the camera just panned to it. And it's just something that I think we could all agree would look really cool to start an episode on.
Yeah.
What would it be? Would it just be Donnie giving the thumbs up? I don't know if that's fitting.
I mean, we could always have the same front part and have to change the back one up per season. Like, it could, like, the coin... Okay, maybe not a spinning coin, but what if it's, like, a coin that just comes from behind the camera, lands, and, like, bounces up and flips? And then, like, it slows down as you see the back, and it's like season 3, blah blah blah. And then bounces again, and then kind of does that like spinning it's like, and just like stops. I mean, this is a lot of effort that I'd have to put into. So.
Or if you want to save, I was just about to say, a lazy method. If you want to save some time and effort, have an image of the coin. A little jingle, coin spins a bit. You see the backside for the season campaign art.
That's after. all that's after I model it. So like we'll have to figure that part out. Maybe the first flip will be Donnie giving a thumbs up, and then the second flip where it stops will be like season 3. Gail's sabbatical.
Gail's sabbatical. It's some fun stuff.
But all right, I'll talk to you later, man.
Yeah, later.
All right, I'll use the bathroom. Oh no, I'm actually gonna sign off. I haven't been feeling too well, so I'm gonna hop on off and probably go to bed a little earlier tonight. Gonna play some games for a little bit and then sign off. So thanks for watching. I'll talk to you later.